Mic check, mic check. We have a quorum.
And we have an echo. Do we still have the echo? Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Does someone have their laptop? The audio. It sounds like it's coming through. It's coming through this. Is he not? On this piece? Yeah. So you should
No, no, no.
do this thing. Personally, never know.
Mic check. It's an echo.
Harvey,
Yes.
he can hear now. He just didn't hear the pledge or the roll call, but he can hear now.
Okay. Thank you. Chairman or Vice Chair, we have a quorum.
Very good. Thank you. And before I go to the planning report, I want to apologize to everyone in the audience for running late. We had some technical difficulties. With IT being here, this seems to be an ongoing issue. I would like to request that some time be spent. This has been an issue for several months, and it seems to only get fixed the day of the meetings. I would like to see this addressed ahead of time so we don't waste the people that come here in these public forums, stop wasting their time. And so we can starting on time when we're supposed to. So with that, I'll bring it back. Harvey with the planning report.
I also like to apologize, the Vice Chair and members of the public and the commission. I apologize for the delay. I understand you wish to defer the planning information regarding the rules and regulations to another time.
What I'd like is now we have a kind of a printed copy everybody can take with it or emailed version. If everybody could review it, get any questions, comments back to Harvey, and then we can set it for an agenda for discuss and action.
Okay.
In our next meeting.
All right. With that said, for sake of time, I don't have anything else to
Very good.
report.
Thank you. First case, tentative plat S012-24, Magma Butte Ranches.
Vice Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Mohammed Zubi, Assistant County Engineer with the Engineering Department. Can you hear me? Okay, all right.
Yes.
I'm here to present case S-012-24, Magma Butte Ranches, parcel number 1. It's a tentative plat request. It's requesting the approval of a tentative plat of Magma Butte Ranches, parcel 1, for 34 lots on about 10 acres of land, and it's zoned CR3 PAD under the zoning case PZPD 021-06 with stipulations. Do I have the remote?
Could be right. It's right there. It's right in front of you. Llama. Oh, excuse me. No, can't get it. It's right there. Okay. What is this? Point it towards me. That's maybe.
All right. The location of the tentative plat is west of Quail Run. I can't show you the slides.
There you go.
All right.
You just had it. Somebody just had it. There you go.
And it's south of Arizona Farms in the Santan Valley area. The owner is Langley McRae, and the engineer is United Engineering Group, which is the applicant. Sorry about this. This is the location of the project or the tentative plat in the county. The zoning is CR3, which is moderate to low density, 1 to 3.5. It's zoned under the PZPD 021-06. Please. All right. The area map and the location map showing it's west of Quail Run Lane and south of Arizona Farms. Its eastern border is Mitchell Trail. It's a paved roadway. And a little bit to the south is the Heritage Road alignment. Comprehensive plan shows the moderate to low density residential. Aerial view of the location. And should see the tentative plat, I guess, next. All right. You should have it in your package and with the staff report, a copy of this. Their access is going to be on Mitchell Lane or Mitchell Trail to the east. And it's the southern portion, the darkened portion. The northern portion has not been submitted yet, which shows a proposed secondary access. The residential development standards and the land use table, and showing the density right now, the way it's proposed is 3.4 dwelling units per acre, which meets the 3.5, less than the 3.5 required. Maybe. Can you put him next slide, please?
Next.
Looking west, it's not developed, the parcel. Next, please. East shows you the Mitchell Trail, the paved roadway, gonna have access to. Next, please. North. Next, please. And looking south. Next, please. That's the findings, is that the staff finds that the request meets the requirements and standards that the county has set. And we have suggested language for a motion if the commission votes on approval. That motion language is also in the staff report with the stipulations in there. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Had a quick one.
Yes, sir.
That if we can go back to the slide that showed the access, the secondary access. That one. This is starting to come up in other jurisdictions and what have you. That secondary access, is that going to be paved as part of this plat? Is that
Not
just
this plat.
emergency access?
Not this plat. This plat is going to have the access that's shown in there, but this is a tentative plat.
Mhm.
Once we get the plat, then we start commenting on the emergency access, secondary access, because usually we don't allow them to have both access on the same route. But right now, because onto the west, they have the railroad track.
Yeah.
And that limits them in there. So once we get the final plat, we'll start commenting on the secondary access for the emergency. But the way it's shown right now is showing that this is the secondary access that's proposed. But I suspect we will have different comments that we're going to be asking to go to the south and one to the north, just because if one of them's blocked, we don't want it to be blocked only on Mitchell.
Okay.
So, so if you're asking is going to be paved, we might be asking them to put in a palliative or DG, something that's going to control dust, not necessarily asphalt or concrete, but will allow for secondary access for emergency. Yes.
Now, will there be a gate at that point preventing people to utilize that secondary access? Should that northern plat or not come in, This is all that gets developed?
No, unless there's a reason to gate it, we would not gate it, no.
My concern is, things that I'm hearing from other municipalities, possibly looking at, slowdowns. Nobody wants to relive 2008 again
Yes.
and these zombie,
Yes.
these zombie developments. So then the questions on some of these start coming in regarding, maintenance, access, what happens if that northern portion, never does develop out, and who takes care of that?
For the emergency exit secondary, it's going to be on private property. Beyond the right of way, it's going to be on private property.
Yeah.
So unless we stipulate something for the HOA, once they come in for the plat itself, I don't see the county going on private property. So it would be the HOA that would need to take care of that. But it's something that needs to be discussed with the HOA once that's established, and maybe with the developer. But right now, we don't have that mechanism.
Okay. Because if it's not maintained, then we lose that secondary access.
You are correct.
In theory.
You are correct. The thing is, if we have access to the south, which is Heritage,
Mhm.
and access to the north, which is Arizona Farms, technically they'll have two access points that they can come into.
Yeah.
There. So that secondary access coming in, it's coming in on the same road, which is Mitchell, the trail. So if they have the north and the south, that might resolve it. But you're right, you're absolutely right, is that if there is that secondary access, needs to be maintained, and maybe that's something that we know that we can discuss with the HOA or with the developer when they come in for the final plats.
Yeah. The other item to this would be, should something occur on that, was it Delkin Drive is what they're calling it? Access out onto Mitchell Trail. If there's maintenance on there, water line breaks, we'll say that access, again, if the northern portion, the southern portion doesn't get built out, this is the only section that moves forward.
Yes.
That access gets blocked. How do these people get in and out of their homes to go to work every day? And the reason I'm asking this, again, I'm starting to hear more and more from in other jurisdictions regarding this.
Right.
And things are changing. Things are fluid. None of us want to go back to 2008 to 2015 again.
You're 100% correct, and we do require the two access points, and the issue would be is the maintenance of it.
Yeah.
So to require the maintenance, the only tool that we would have is some kind of agreement with the HOA when the HOA comes in.
Okay.
So I think that's the negotiation would be. Maybe that's a stipulation that if you wish, that you can add on the approval. That
I would recommend some type of, stipulation, maybe we got 33,
right.
stipulation 34 to, that the HOAs
Will maintain
will
continue
maintain.
the secondary access.
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
I'll put it back up to the dais for discussion on that, but
but I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want, is there a broader view of the development with the roads around other than this one? That we could get a better picture in our mind of,
Yes,
accesses.
if you can go back, I'll try to use my remote. Can you do the overhead, one more, here we go.
yeah, that's better.
Yeah, so Heritage is the one to the south. If you keep on following Mitchell Trail to the north, you'll intersect with Arizona Farms. To the west is the railroad track. South of them is private property. Now, the HOA would need to get some kind of an easement to be able to maintain that secondary access in there. So when we stipulate that, it would have to have the owner and give them that easement, because otherwise they might sell that differently, separately. So we'd need to have that language in there.
And as you were stating before, is the road to the contractor's road, is that a private road? Is that the one that you're talking about? It's a private road?
Which one?
To the west, is it? There's Gecko
Yeah, there
Ranch
is,
and then there's contractors going north-south.
right, there is no right of way there.
No right away. It's really, we're talking about Mitchell Trail being
The right of way that I could see through our databases is Mitchell and Heritage.
okay, interesting.
Any other discussions on Commissioner Mooney?
So who maintains the other roads? I mean,
If there's right of way, it's the county.
so why wouldn't the county maintain that second exit? Why are you putting that expense onto the HOA?
It's private property. The county does not maintain private property. So once you're off of Mitchell Trail, if you go back to I can't control this. If you could go back to forward, please. One more. One more. Sorry. Here you go. So once you're off of Mitchell Trail going west, that's going to be private property. So the county doesn't have the authority to go on there and maintain private property.
Okay.
And if this is developed out, then it's a non-issue. You know, but
Yeah, it'll
if it doesn't get developed, then that's what the safeguard is for.
It's just,
Doesn't appear to be.
If Santan incorporates, do you see this as becoming a part of their municipality?
I'm not sure where the limits, this is not within the limits, do you know? It's between, it's not, no, it's not.
So it remains in the county.
That's my understanding.
Al, yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, they're
If
not
it's
sure.
within.
Well,
Okay.
I don't know.
Is the owner here or the applicant here?
Yes.
You can call the applicant up to answer some of these questions if we'd like.
Do you have the sheets? Here we go. His name.
Thank you, Al. Good morning, Vice Chair Glob and Commissioners. My name is Sean Hamill. I'm with United Engineering Group, representing the owner, Josh Brimhall, with Langley Properties. If I may, I don't have a presentation, but I'm here to answer questions, and I'd like to speak upon the secondary access, if I may.
Please.
The property to the north is Ashburn at Magic Ranch. They are separate PADs. Obviously, Magic Ranch is its own. This was a small out parcel, but it acts kind of one and the same with Magic Ranch, same development standards, completely encompassed by it. The property to the north is called Ashburn and Magic Ranch. It is an 80-acre parcel owned by one of our clients as well. We do have an active tentative plat on it. Realistically, this smaller parcel we're looking at is more reliant on that parcel going first, and this one kind of piggybacking just for utilities and development, access, paving up to Arizona Farms. But we do understand the need for secondary access. It will be at a minimum of 28-foot paved all-weather access, likely not gated, because the easement would be for secondary access, not just emergency purposes. We have worked on a similar scenario with the client to the north, with a separate property owner, a very similar scenario, and they did manage to work out an access agreement that allows them to dedicate the easement within, as shown on the property, all the way up to, and I'm not saying this is the scenario for this one, but potentially, dedicate right of way and pave it. Again, a little different scenario. I don't want to say that's what's going to happen here, but it's a possibility. We have to work on that agreement with both clients. And that is a stipulation prior to final plat recording for this smaller 10-acre parcel, that something of that nature has to be in place.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Mooney.
Is that the one that's up above that goes out onto Mitchell?
Correct.
So we were just discussing earlier that if Mitchell gets closed, where's the secondary access for these people to get out if that's the only way off of Mitchell? Say there's, as was stated earlier, a water main break or something in the road is, where are they going to be able to get out? Normally, both accesses aren't on the same road.
Yeah, correct. I mean, Heritage, our Mitchell Trail does go all the way north to Arizona Farms and then south to Heritage. So unless all of Mitchell Trail was closed for that whole mile point, they would be able to traverse through, either come from the south or the north.
Okay.
It is a little unique scenario with the railroad being an encumbrance on the west. Nothing we can do about that. I mean, this type of property can't have a railroad crossing. It's kind of the scenario we're dealing with.
I'm just trying to look out for, potential future zombie,
Of course.
things don't get developed. Those of us that have been in the business, we saw it, we saw what happened. And things didn't get maintained and there were issues the major issues that impacted the residents of these areas. And I think it's our job to look out for those issues before they become one. Even if they're not, like I said, if this doesn't get developed, or this gets developed, it's a non-issue. But if it never does, then we've at least covered our base.
And from what I recall from the previous agreement, maintenance was addressed in that agreement.
Okay.
Hmm.
Any other discussions? Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll bring it back to the commission. For a motion, do we want to add a stip? Keep it as. Yeah.
He said there was an agreement for that other. Do we want to hear what that agreement was? The gentleman that just came up, for the maintenance of that
That's fine.
road, and maybe we could work that into this?
So that's Commissioner Mooney. That agreement is for a different property. This is still at the tentative plat stage, and as this agreement between these two property owners, I was just saying that as an example. This one has not been prepared yet, but it will be required prior to final plat approval.
And is it with the HOA?
No, it's between the two property owners.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Thanks for the clarity.
Thank you.
And my challenge with the property owners is, again, as we saw, back when everything fell apart, is if these properties go back to the bank, new property owners, are they bound? Is the bank bound? And we found that to not be the case.
Well, and that's what I have an issue with as well. And I know we had a previous property that we were trying to reconfigure a second exit, and they said, I believe it was Mr. Wanamaker saying you couldn't have two on the same road. That's that one issue, but the maintenance of it, if something doesn't happen, I just don't get why it gets put on the HOA. I get that it's private property, but if this is their secondary access required by the county, and why isn't the county going to maintain it even if it's not paved?
Unless it's dedicated to the county. So there should be a dedication, either an easement or right away. The county doesn't have the authority to go on that property because it's private property. So, and since this is a different property, we can't ask this owner to dedicate the other owners. So unless there
But if it
is,
is their secondary access, that's what I'm just trying to understand, and how we can, that's just kind of our discussion. How do we put that in that?
Commissioner Mooney, what I'm saying is that, or suggestion is that it could be an agreement at the final plat. We can stipulate it for an agreement, require an agreement in the final plat that the HOA for it, the final plat to be approved, that there should be an agreement for somebody to maintain this access.
Okay.
So once it's built, it's not an issue. It's going to be dedicated to the county. Once it's dedicated to the county, that easement is dropped because it'll be temporary easement. That easement is dropped and the county will take over that roadway become a public roadway, which the county is obligated to maintain.
Okay.
Meanwhile, if it's just a roadway on a private property, because the county doesn't have the authority to be on private property, the HOA would have to provide that for all their own residents as in there, and would be stipulated as a condition for approval for the final plat. That's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any problem with
Any
that.
other questions for the county or discussions? Anybody want to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve findings 1 through 7 as set forth in the staff report and approve the tentative plat and planning case S021-24 with the 33 stipulations as presented in the staff report.
I'll second.
Good. Do I hear a second?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Carries. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Clove,
Yes.
I'm not sure if we heard a vote from the member or the commission member who's online.
Oh, I apologize.
I said
If we
aye.
could just confirm a vote from that commissioner.
Can you hear me?
Commissioner Davila,
Can you hear
can you
me?
hear us? Can we hear you?
You just asked me, I'm sorry. I'm keeping him on text to make sure.
Okay.
I told him we couldn't hear him.
Can you hear me now?
We're just waiting for a final vote.
Can you hear me
Is he
now?
muted or-
Can you hear me?
We can't hear him. Okay. Okay.
He did individual.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Yeah, he voted affirmative. So with that, we'll move into the work session for the major comprehensive plan amendments. We'll call first item PZ-PA-009-25.
Good morning, Vice Chairman, Clove, Commission members. Sangeeta Devkar, Planning Supervisor, presenting the work session overview at this point. It's that time of the year where Pinal County reviews the major comp plan amendments that we have received. And this is the first work session and informational sharing session with the Commission members. So to begin with, okay, sorry. To give an overview of the schedule, June 9th was the 60-day review period which started for the major comp plan amendments. We shared all the applications that we received with various agencies across the county. Today is the work session with the PNZ Commission, followed by the work session with the Board of Supervisors on August 13th. Prior to that, the agency review period ends, which is August 8th. We have the first public hearing after that, which is the first Thursday of September, the Citizens Advisory Committee meeting. To give you an overview of the major comp plan amendments that we have received this year are 7 major comp plans. We have the first one, which is the PZPA 00925, which is the offices and the warehouse business park along I-8 and Stanfield. We have the Silver King Solar, which is PZPA 01025. That is for a solar facility with the BESS, battery energy storage system. We have the La OSA project, which is the gas-fired power plant and a data center. South of Eloy, we have the Silver Reef Solar, PZPA 01225. Again, the solar facility asking for a green energy production and a battery energy storage system. We have the project Midway, which is a data center just north of the north of the project Bella that we just the commission just approved last session. We have the Griffin Energy Project Solar again, solar and BESS, and then we have the energy generation and a technology campus in the Maricopa area. That is the data center and a storage center.
Next.
And just to give you an overview of this major comp plan amendments that we have received, you can see the focus and the concentration of these in the Pinal County, which is west portion along I-8. We have one to the north at the Florence Junction and one to the south, as I was talking about, the
Sangeeta,
south of Eloy.
sorry for interrupting you. Can IT look into, I'm still getting an echo. And did they leave? No.
Anybody's-
Okay.
You want me to slow down?
No,
Probably.
you're good. I just didn't want it to mess up your, hearing
Yeah.
that background noise can mess me up when I'm speaking. So I just didn't want the same thing to happen to you. I apologize.
I'm sorry.
Good.
I'll be a little slow so that the echo doesn't reverberate again.
Go ahead and
further.
continue. Thanks.
So this just gives you an overview of the location concentration at the western portion of the Pinal County. And we will be having Justin, who would share the first case. He's a case planner for the I-8 and Stanfield major comp plan amendment. Justin.
Good morning, Vice Chairman, members of the Commission. Thank you very much. Good morning, Vice Chairman, members of the Commission. My name is Justin Mullis, planner of Pinal County. Our first case for today is going to be PZPA 00925, right along I-8 in Stanfield. The proposals for a major comprehensive plan amendment, approximately 536 acres. And the proposal is to change it from moderate low density residential to employment. And there's no specific uses proposed at this time. The location at the northwest corner of Interstate I-8 and Stanfield Road. The owner is Stanfield I-8 LLC, and the applicant is Evergreen Investment Company LLC with legal representation from Wythe Morris Bach PLC. Moving forward, we have the general location map. You can see it's along with a lot of those other projects we'll be hearing from today, right along that I-8 south of Casa Grande. Here's the case map showing some of the zoning of the surrounding parcels and of the parcels itself. The current zoning for the parcels are predominantly CR2 and CR3, and there's a little bit of CB1 in that top right corner. Surrounding predominantly GR, but there's some adjacent CI1, CB2, and SR. So the current conditions, the subject site's located approximately 3.5 miles south of Stanfield, approximately 0.5 miles north of I-8, so right along that interstate, and approximately 16 miles west of Casa Grande. And that's the subject parcel's current zoning, which referred to previously. And here's an aerial map, some of the current conditions. As you can see here, it's 536 acres, and it's currently undeveloped. Federally, the Central Arizona Project Canal runs through that western portion of the property, and the surrounding parcels are largely vacant or agricultural. Here's the land use map showing some of the surrounding land use. So you can see it's directly adjacent to similar moderate low density residential, as well as directly adjacent to another employment current designation, as well as that high intensity activity center. And just some more context on the request. The purpose for the request is to be consistent with adjacent properties and to match the current patterns along the I-8. The change would allow for more viable uses given the location and its placement along the major highway, which has seen a significant increase in employment-related activity. As you can see on the map, there's a number of proposed sites for increased employment opportunities in the area right along that I-8. There's a green energy project. Project Bella is right in the direct vicinity. There's multiple green energy production projects in the area, as well as a recent change just last year on that number 4, that sort of piece of the pie of the high intensity activity center was recently changed to employment as well. So there's no specific uses being proposed at this time, but the project is largely intended to be consistent with other employment opportunities in the area along that I-8. Any questions from the commission at this time?
Any questions for the staff? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you
I
very
think this
much.
is your first case. Welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all.
We're not too bad.
That's okay.
Don't listen to what Sangeeta says about us.
Thank you. The next case is going to be presented by Valentine.
Good morning, Vice Chair, Commission members.
Just a moment.
Mhm.
You just have to go in the next slide in the same presentation. Sorry. It's one presentation. Yeah.
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 So the project is PZPA 010-25. That's proposal to redesignate about 9,000 acres of land from moderate low density residential to green energy production in order to be able to develop solar generation facility, battery energy storage system, substation, and generation tie line. That's located southwest of Florence Junction, south of Queen Creek Wash, northeast of town of Florence, and 5 miles to the north of East Arizona Farms Road. The owner is State Trust Lands, Arizona State Land Department, and the applicant Silver King Solar LLC, presented by Dave Lundgren. Next, please. So yeah, here's a location north of Florence, east of Santana Valley. General location, probably the only one project for this year. Next, please. Here's a general map for comp plan in surrounding, back, please. And as you can see, the project boundaries are within MLDR. There are employment to the southwest in purple, and the white zone to the very bottom line to the south, small one, that's a green energy. So it's in proximity to already existing green energy. There are also green energy portion to the west of the site outside of this map. And next, please. Here's the zoning. It's generally GR with CB3 portion to the southwest. Next, please. Next, please. Here's some accessibility and surroundings. The nearest residential area located 2 to 3 miles of the project area to the southwest corner. Here in purple line, you will see that 2 miles. It's the closest location. Back, please. Also, there are proposed freeway to the west in blue line. There are also existing county right-of-way that crossing the project area from the west to the east in green. That's already existing, and applicant already aware about that county right-of-way, so they will be needed to discuss with engineering how to deal with that right-of-way when they will move for rezone and site plans because their project already covers that portion of land where dedicated right of way, and they will probably need to abandon that right of way in the future. Also with the star, you will see the location of substation and battery energy storage systems in that very top northeast corner. And in red star, you will see existing Florence substation. So it's done next to each other, so they will be connected. Also regarding the existing access, applicant provided that there are access from that Florence substation to the nearest point of the project, and there will be also proposed access right next to that Green County Road right of way to the through the railroad in the middle of the map. So basically that small piece that going from the middle of the map to the northeast, that's a proposed. So they will probably utilize a county right of way in the future. And yeah, next please. Here is existing some activity centers around that area. There are 4 activity centers in the proximity and some green energy location to the south and to the southwest of that property. They can complement each other in the future in case it will be approved, so the energy will be close to those activity centers. Next, please. There will also riparian habitat in that area. You can see in a lot of green lines, washes inside the project boundaries. And Arizona Game and Fish report also stated that it's located nearby the major corridor to the north. It's Queen Creek Wash. And they have some recommendation how to avoid and mitigate some risk for the habitats in that area to regarding the Queen Creek Wash. And there also will be some recommendation from the county how to keep habitat within the project area, because we see a lot of smaller washes and corridors inside the area. Also, there are some trails, and there will be also responsibility of the developer to develop the trail according to county requirements. Yeah, and Game of Fish report also stated there should be preserved wildlife connectivity because it's a part of larger dedicated area for converting for preserving habitat in this county. So they are concerned about mainly Queen Creek Wash here. Next, please. Yeah. Here's existing electrical infrastructure with all lines that already exist. They are already within the project area, and they are going to utilize existing one, and they most likely will propose something new with connection between proposed substation and Florence substation. Next one. Yeah. And general comp plan land use designation here. Here you can see better with green in the south. That's a green production that was already approved by the county. Thank you. Any questions?
I do, if you'll entertain me.
Mr. Pronzo,
I'm sorry, sir?
just recognizing you.
Oh, thanks. This is a general comment, but I feel like it's important. I'm only here a short term, 6 months, 8 months, I'm not even sure. But I get the general feeling that Pinell County is being peppered with solar. And the presentations are very professional, both by the county and by the owner. My problem is that I don't know if they're strategic. I don't see the engineering other than what's presented by the owner. Now, my personal belief, it's a pretty good cash cow. but I would like to see more engineering, more strategic locations. I understand the build out and along 8 seems to be growing. We get more and more applications, whether they're gas fired or solar or whatever. But I don't see any strategy to this. So before I can feel comfortable, I would like to see the county either bring APS in or some kind of a strategy to it where I feel comfortable that the land use is living up to its full potential in terms of providing power. Please.
Noted.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question. Can we go back 4 or 5 slides? Keep going. Right there. So on this project, you're saying there's right of way on that county road, right?
Yeah.
What about these other roads, Ocotillo, Skyline? Those are moving forward going to be significant of growth, and you have the freeway corridor going there. So where's the access east-west? Are they going to be closed off then because of this project?
There is no proposed access from the south or west at this point of time.
Okay.
There might be something proposed during rezone and site plan, but nothing right now.
So the proposal
Right
right
now-
now would be County Road going to 79.
So originally, they're not utilizing the county road. They didn't know about county right of way before, but what they proposed, it's actually lies next to county right of way. So they will probably amend that one. They will use county right of way. And they also have existing road there to the northern east corner next to Florence substation. There's some existing road that they're claiming they're all already used by the utility company.
Okay. I think that's another issue to take care of when you have a swath of land like this and you're starting to close off roads going east-west, then I think potentially that causes an issue down the road with growth, traffic. So that's something that should be entertained, especially on Ocotillo and Skyline, and those are developing now to the west, with homes and stuff. So it'd be nice to have more access through that with the freeway corridor going in eventually, maybe not in our lifetime, but eventually. And so we don't want to set the precedence of having a swath of land put in there with one road that goes through it. So that's my concern.
Yeah, thank you. During the meeting with applicant, I informed about that county right of way, and I asked the applicant to work with engineering, county engineering, to determine how they can work around and dealing with that county right of way. So it will be utilized with sufficient C, and everybody will use that road. And maybe that will be one of the solutions to provide another access from the west. But I'm not sure. They are working on that.
Just keep those discussions going, because I think it's important.
Yeah. That's on radar.
Any other questions? Commissioner Mooney?
I'm just going to piggyback on what my other fellow commissioners have said. And if I remember correctly, Ocotillo was supposed to go all the way to the 79. And I believe Skyline was as well. So that just to try and get everybody then to zigzag through and just cut through the one county access point is Ocotillo is building out quickly. And I'm not even sure this map is totally accurate for what's already built there now. I believe there's a lot more in that area already. So, and my other concern is with all of the wildlife that was shown in the pictures, that's where are they going to go? We keep just chopping everything up and making it. That's a ton of wildlife, and you're supposed to build them a little corridor this is your safe space to get to the next place. And it's just becoming very, very sad to see all of this wildlife being pushed out and eventually there'll be none, so. But this particular project has too many negatives for me.
Other comments for staff? I'll chime in a little bit. I share the same concerns with this one. There's a lot of roadway concerns. This is a growth area. We're going to see a lot more growth in the future. And whether it's Florence, Santan Valley, both, it's just a natural progression, for their growth. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but I got to think that this is, if it's not the largest, it's one of the largest solar fields that we have in Pinal County.
Yeah, this is the largest one that has been proposed currently.
Yeah.
Till date.
9,000 acres that's a big piece of dirt.
Yes.
And there's some of the ones that have really generated a lot of pushback are 1,500, 2,000 acres.
Mhm.
I can only imagine where this one's going.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be, this one's going to be an uphill battle. Will we see this again, or this is going to go to
Oh, yes.
Board of Supervisors?
Oh, absolutely. So this is a work session. After this, Board of Supervisors would be also having this informational sharing session, again, a work session, after which they are going to come back to you for approvals. Prior to that, that is going to be the CAC first public hearing. The second is going to be in October, which is with planning and zoning. And then November is the Board of Supervisors.
Very good. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure we'll have another look at all this so everyone was clear.
In total, 5 sessions, 2 work sessions, and 3 public hearings.
Very good.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this case?
Yeah, if I may.
Frank is trying to speak.
Oh, Frank is trying.
Can you hear me? Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me? Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me? Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me? Can staff hear me?
All the wildlife's gonna end up in Florence.
It's gonna end up on the freeway dead. Oops.
Yeah, he'd have to put it in the chat.
He just responded, never mind.
All right. No other questions for staff? We'll go to the next case.
What? I don't know what happens to this. It was working. Yeah, I did that. Is it hung? Thank you. Okay, so the next case is La Osa project. I would be presenting this case PZPA 01125. This is a major comp plan amendment for 3,374 acres. It has 3 current land use designations, which is the very low density residential, the moderate low density residential, and existing open space. 2, employment, general public facilities, and proposed open space. Location is along Green Canal of the Santa Cruz Wash in an extended planning area for the south of city of Eloy. We have owners of Verma La Osa Ranch I-10, Sasco 3700 LLC, and Sasco Road Casa Grande 3677 acres LLC. Applicant agent is Rob Klang from Vermaland LLC. It's confused. Okay. Thank you. That's the location of the map. One to the south of Eloy, we can see that it's location south of south central of the Pinal County. The vicinity map, again, as stated earlier, it is along the green canal of the Santa Cruz Wash, and it is uh, the shape and the location shows it's kind of a ribbon along that edge, and the red marks the project boundaries. The land use, as stated earlier, the three existing land uses, very low density residential, moderate low density, and proposed open space. Two requested land uses: employment, general public facilities, services, and open space. The aerial map, you can see along the Green Canal, and I will further show this, the boundaries being shown in yellow. Uh, this again shows the ownerships around this, largely state land to the north and south, portions which are Pinal County unincorporated land. You can see BLM to the south east portion of the project area, and GR to the north. This is the map that has been provided. You can see the uh, locations again, the yellow and green and shades of green. In the central portion to the south of this project is the proposed open space. And although you can see the borders of the project area in black, but showing portions that are part of the open space to be left as open space. Portions that are part of moderate low density, but which has the wash, are left as open space. So they're going to be using portions to ensure that they take care of the wash area and the extended, I would say, wash areas or edges as provided by the county engineer. This would I think I'll just show you the map over here that shows what I'm talking about. If you see to the northwest of this, the central portion, actually, the parcels um, have this whole wash going, and you can see the requested zoning, or I would say land use change, is portions to the north and portions to the south as employment. Areas that are again which are abutting the existing proposed open space. They're not planning to touch that, which is, you can see parcels to the south abutting that. So a little complicated, but they're trying to see that the ensuring that the drainage patterns and the flood aspects are taken care of. So there are going to be parcels that are shown in blue, are proposed for the general public facilities and services for gas-fired, potential gas-fired power plants. The portions that are in the purple are proposed likely for data centers or employment, and uses that fall in the employment land use category. And just to give you an overview again, also uh, some site conditions, as I was talking about. Project is along the Green Canal of the Santa Cruz Wash. Parcels are within the extended planning area of the city of Eloy. The large portion of the site falls in the major flood zone A, um, and uh, and also has a multi-use trail corridor that passes along the northern edge of this. Flood zone A indicates high risk of flooding with 1% annual chance of flooding, known as the 100-year flood. Southeast and west of the property is undeveloped land and agricultural land, currently zoned GR. And a large portion of the project area to the south abuts existing proposed open space. And this is the map trying to show the open space and the trails aspect that I've been talking about. So one can see in this, the project area, the proposed open spaces to the south, and along the washes that are the Santa Cruz and the Green Wash. You can see the yellow marked project area, trying to ensure that they preserve the wash area, but utilize the portions that are outside of the direct wash. And that's what has been shown as the employment and the changes to the general public facilities. So again, another map that shows this greenwash region map, trying to bring up some discussions that for projects like these that are along wash areas do have unique geological features, water features that support habitat, riparian habitats, wildlife movement corridors, and they definitely would need to require more studies to be done to ensure that they don't encroach upon those and conserve and preserve a couple of areas. This map actually shows us alluvial plains as part of the I would say geological feature that abuts this wash area. Another map showing the drainage patterns. Some potential, I would say, challenges for this project is a portion of the project area is within two firm panels, which is prone to flooding. Portions to the northwest, the green area falls in the area of land subsidence. And further north of the northwest portion of the project area has earth fissures, which is not part of this project, but just in the vicinity to be taken care of when it moves forward with this project. So as stated, some potential challenges for the site location, drainage patterns northwest to southeast, a portion of the project area falls in this land subsidence and fissures to the north. Additional surveys, geotechnical reports, and analysis was warranted for this project moving forward. Site is subject to flooding and also subject to offsite flows. A detailed hydrological studies would be required moving forward for this project. Improvements in floodplain would also require floodplain permits as required by the Palo County Public Works. I'm open for any questions.
Any questions for Sangeeta?
Kind of a comment. This applicant must really like this area to want to, because it seems like this is going to be a challenging project with the flood zone, the habitat
Correct.
around. Man, there's seems like there's a lot of stumbling blocks they're going to have to figure out. That's a big concern,
Yes.
especially for the county to and for the potential structures that will be built. So that's just kind of a comment I have about this project. It just seems a pretty, well, they really are ambitious, I would say, on trying to get something like this in this type of area. So good luck.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I would just like to add that
Mr. Franzo?
you get all these wonderful general public facilities, service for industrial office buildings. I don't like the energy generating facilities lumped into that. I think that needs to be a different issue.
Noted.
Thank you.
Marty?
I'll agree with Commissioner Pronto. Can you back up one or two slides where the bright yellow line was over one of the washes? Back up a little bit more. Yeah, no, there was a picture underneath that showed
You're talking about this
that one. So that right where it says in the middle and it says -25, you've got that big section going right over the wash. Why would they not just like cut a part of that out? I mean, I don't, what are they going to be able to do there? What is proposed in that little spot You see that little,
So the one which is in the green space would remain as green. The section, the rectangular section, that is going to be remaining as existing open space.
in the middle beside the 25, there's a little tiny opening that goes right over the wash, the green wash.
Mm, Yeah, so the map actually as shown is portions of that as employment, but yeah, at this point, it's just a land use change, and yes, they have a lot of challenges to be, uh, along this, moving forward with various aspects.
Mhm. So if you're making notes, that also, again, the animals, the habitats, and the excessive flooding that just really concerns me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll share the same kind of concerns. And another concern that I have, kind of a little bit to piggyback on what Commissioner Mooney had said, we have all these, very thin sections of this. The way this is, jogs and moves, and it's going to be a logistical nightmare, I think, from a land use standpoint. You get some of these areas that, I mean, I don't know, is it wide enough, that the area in the center, it's wide enough for a road, I think is, it's probably wider, but just that's what it appears here. And logistically, from a planning standpoint, as things possibly fill in around this, as they want to come back later, it's just not a very clean, we all like big boxes. I get it. It's not always possible, but this one's going to be fun. Staff has their work cut out for them.
Yeah. Sure.
Any other questions for staff on this one? Very good. We'll move to the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Patrick Zay Roberts, Senior Planner, here presenting case PZPA 01225 for Silver East Solar. This is a proposal for a major comprehensive plan amendment to amend a designation of very low density residential to green energy production, or 801 acres. The proposal in this case is to develop a utility scale solar facility for 150 megawatt systems for photovoltaic solar and 200 megawatts of battery energy storage systems. The property is located 6.5 miles southwest of Casa Grande, just south of the I-8 corridor in unincorporated Pinal County. And the ownership groups include AZNY Investments LLC, Koa Solo Daniel and Grace Living Trust, Philip Koa Solo Trust, and Ida M. Koa Solo Trust, Wesley C. Roybal, Selma Partners LLC, Andrew J. and Lisa A. Salante, Husama Abu, Jacob Garmo, Mokli Shamami, and JMS Ranch Properties LLC. The applicant in this case is Silver Reef Energy LLC. Next slide, please.
Patrick, congratulations on those names.
I was practicing last night.
Good.
This is a vicinity map showing the surrounding zoning for these properties, designated GR to the west and part of BLM land. There we go. Apologies for the format of this comprehensive plan map, but this is indicating a change from very low density residential to green energy production. You can see in the cutout in the top left the existing designations with recreation open space to the west and employment to the north with some commercial and MLDR slightly north of I-8. This is an aerial map showing surrounding property context. As you can see, most of the property is vacant and crisscrossed by a number of wash systems. The nearest residential property is between 1,000 and 1,800 feet from this designation. I believe is to the northeast of this property. This is a notification map showing the effective immediate neighbors within 1,200 feet. And a draft site plan layout that the applicant has provided, indicating their initial proposed layout. As you can see, a number of photovoltaic arrays impacted by wash systems with a BESS and substation to the north of that central prong, which coincides from this applicant map. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Next slide. Coincides with this applicant map that was provided showing the existing 230 kilovolt gen tie along that central right of way. So some current conditions for the property. It has existing proximity to the I-8 corridor. It abuts property that is designated BLM land to the west of the site. The entire property is designated flood zone X designations, but may be impacted by local flows. And those local flows will require some additional analysis by the applicant to ensure proper discharge. The proposal is for development of a 150 megawatt solar project and 200 megawatt BESS and land use BESS system on land use designated for 801 acres. The property has immediate access to a 230 kilovolt gen tie line and is largely vacant. Again, those nearest properties are 1,000 to 1,800 feet away from the nearest arrays. So we did receive some comments that were some items of concern. So from Open Space and Trails, there was concern about riparian habitat impacts. As you can see, those local flows would coincide with riparian impacts, which need to be analyzed through the Arizona Game and Fish Department environmental review tool. There's a potential for noxious weed impacts that would need to be mitigated, and a concern for desert soil crust retention as presented by Open Space and Trails. The property is impacted by waterways that would require analysis through a drainage report, and those residential proximities would require some consideration of additional screening for the solar and BESS uses. At this point, does the commission have any questions of staff?
Any questions? Mr. Chap.
Can you go back to the aerial?
Yes.
And this land is private?
By a number of owners, yes.
Okay. And what about on the aerial? What about all the land around to the north? I know the west is BLM.
West is BLM, north is private as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, these are all privately owned. Majority of them are vacant, unoccupied properties, and then to the northeast is that residential component. We did receive owner authorizations for all subject parcels for this property as part of the submittal.
Is this another project that we have kind of a incongruent type of project where you're here, and come up and then come down, and it's just, I get the ownership of it, but
I can actually comment to that. As part of our submittal process, we do ask that they provide us with contiguous parcels for development, so there has to be at least some conjoined points, even if the projects themselves are disconjointed. In a desire to not submit 3 separate applications for the same area, they've tried to connect those as best as possible. But ultimately, it will require additional review and means of identifying how that connects to the larger project.
And to the east, that's farming,
agricultural,
cultural,
some residential to the northeast.
So pretty much this whole area, except for the west, is privately owned.
Yeah, and the northeast of the site is your other components, the Project Bella site, some of those employment corridor areas.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Other comments? Mr. Pranzo.
I reiterate what I said previously about the engineering, but I also want to make sure I need assurances that we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. We're using up a lot of acreage for solar or gas production, and we may be negating the appropriation for a more conventional or nuclear power plant by bringing all of these small quantities of power into the grid. That would not be a good thing. A conventional power plant in terms of land use is probably at a magnitude of 1,000 times better than what we're using land up for. So I need those kind of assurances before I can go forward with these kind of things.
Thank you, Commissioner Pranzo. That will be a point of consideration that we convey to the applicant.
Thank you.
Mr. Mooney.
Yeah, I'll just piggyback what he said, just so you know on record that I had similar concerns about it, and as well as Commissioner Schneff, the way it zigzags. I appreciate your explanation, but if you go back to one picture, I think the project is really right in the middle, Yeah. Okay. Not off to one end or the other, so it's kind of like right in the middle where some of those homes and things are, so.
Of course. We appreciate your concerns, Commissioner Mooney, and those will be conveyed.
Any other questions? Yeah, there's two elements of this project that give me a little pause. We heard a case a year or so ago outside of Coolidge where we had solar wrapping three sides of a
Residential.
of a residential property, and we have that in two cases here. And I would implore the owners here to try and acquire those, so we don't have someone that is, you know, a private ownership that is surrounded by solar that is going to make their life miserable, and, you know, the use of that space. I don't think it's fair to that owner in doing so. So I'd like the applicants on this project to see what they can do about closing those gaps a little bit, because those holes cause problems.
Of course, Vice Chair, and
One side, two sides, not a big deal. When you got three sides, that's a problem.
I would also recommend that the applicants for this project outreach to further than the minimum buffer requirement to make sure that those neighbors are addressed satisfactorily.
I think I would say that in a project like this, you're not going to get any residential that's going to want to come in around this project anyways. It's going to be like commercial, industrial, or something. Who wants to build a home right in the middle there? You know, so.
Agree.
Yeah.
But stranger things have happened.
Where there's will, there's a way.
There is. Very good. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll go to the next one.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, PVP 8013-25, otherwise known as Project Midway. This is a proposal for a major comp plan amendment from moderate low density residential to employment for a proposed data center. This singular parcel here located southwest corner of Midway Road and Selma Highway. Owners Selma and Midway LLC, with the Morris Baugh LLC is the applicant for this case. Next. So this gives you a generalized location here. That's southwest generally of Casa Grande. Next. And this shows you the case map here. It's a little bit unusual in that you have this singular parcel, but it's bisected by, I believe that's a power line corridor or something. Next. And this shows you the aerial photo for the property. And the overall vicinity map shows you the zoning in the surrounding area and the mail outs. Next. And another site aerial here from the provided by the applicant. And this shows you the existing comprehensive plan map. And then the next slide will show you the proposed. There. Okay. And next. So some considerations for the commission. Project is northeast and out of the influence of the green wash. Parcels are within the extended planning area of the city of Casa Grande. It's located in flood zone X, which is the minimal flood zone, and it's probably the most common flood zone we see. South and west of the property is undeveloped land and agricultural land zone general rural. North and east of the property, it's undeveloped as well and zoned in 4 different zoning categories. Next. So if the commission has any questions, staff would be happy to endeavor to answer those.
Just before you begin, I just want to give a reference. This is just north abutting the Project Bella that was approved in the last hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Mooney.
If it's in Casa Grande's planning area, has anybody talked to them prior to this?
Yeah, so they, you know, I believe we're notified and such, and so then this is early on in the process, so they'll have plenty of
But there has
opportunity
been
to comment.
reach out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who's the power provider in that area? Data
Yeah,
center.
I would ask that maybe of the applicant. Yeah.
It's a data centers, if it truly is a data center, will require a lot of power, right?
A lot of power, a lot of water.
Hence maybe why we're seeing a lot of solar go in the area, maybe. I don't know. Possibility, maybe.
It may be a symbiotic relationship.
It could be, yes.
And just to answer that, Project Bella is is what it is piggybacking on, looks like. So we're just assuming.
It makes
is what
sense to kind of see how this is all coming together. Okay.
Any other questions? Piggyback a little bit on Commissioner Mooney's comment. How, as we look at these projects, this is more of a general question. As we look at these projects going forward with our comprehensive plan, and do we look at the general plans of these communities that are nearby? In this case, Casa Grande. I know we've run into some issues in the past where in some of the other ones that have come through recently that were in like Coolidge's general plan or Eloy's general plan, and what we're proposing doesn't align with what they're doing, and there doesn't seem to be
So as part of the agency mail out and outreach, we have shared those documents and the proposals, and we are expecting, comments back from them. As Glenn stated, this is very early on in the process, and the deadline for the comments is not yet due, so it's 9th of August that we should be. But yeah, I understand and we recognize your concerns, like similar projects that we have had in the past.
Yeah, and I think just trying to be a symbiotic neighbor as a county entity versus some of the local cities, especially if something is completely if they already have an industrial, we want to bring in solar. Well, those kind of work somewhat together. But if it's high density residential versus high intensity industrial, those we could have issues there. And as these communities expand and they have then they end up absorbing what could be issues down the road. I was part of Chandler on some of those projects, and there's been some problems.
Yeah, sure. Just to make a note, this corridor seems to have been undergoing some prospective changes in land use, and one triggers the other, and that's what we're noticing, that we're getting projects along these for employment.
Yeah. No, there's a lot happening along this I-8 corridor. It used to be desolate desert for years and years and years, and now there's a lot coming in. So,
Mr. Vice Chair, I just wanted to mention, it's my understanding and that the city of Casa Grande has always envisioned this corridor west of their jurisdiction along I-8 as an employment and industrial area. So I think this is in keeping with it. I don't know about the emphasis towards solar energy generation, but it's definitely been an industrial corridor.
Yeah.
In their future planning.
Yeah, I think this area is one of those areas where Casa Grande's potentially going west, but Maricopa has as part of their general plan going south over the I-8. So this is a convergence of two communities potentially at some point. So well, yeah. Yep, exactly. Any other questions, comments for staff? Very good. We will move on to item E.
Yeah, the next one is going to be presented by Patrick. It's PZPA 01425.
Good morning again, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. Patrick Say Roberts, Senior Planner, presenting case PZPA 01425 for Griffin Energy Project. This is a request from Rose Law Group and Griffin Energy LLC, requesting a major comprehensive plan amendment to amend the designation of moderate low density residential and proposed open space to green energy production. Total acreage on the site would be 2,685.58 plus or minus. Intention of this project is to develop a photovoltaic solar system, a BESS energy storage system, and a potential gas-fired power plant. So the property is located between the Santa Rosa Wash and Green Wash on both sides of the I-8. And the property owners for the site is Anderson Road AV LLC, BDW Land Investments LLC, Jordi Hacienda Inc., and Stanfield 1295 LLC. Go ahead. Next. This is a map showing the approximate location in the county, again, along that I-8 corridor. This site in particular directly abuts the Project Bella site to the northeast. Again, vicinity of neighboring properties, largely GR surrounding the site, with some commercial to the north. This is a map showing the proposed change from moderate low density residential to green energy production. An aerial showing the surrounding sites, largely agricultural, although several residential, at least at one residential property central to the site. I believe that one is to be acquired as part of this proposed land use change. And I believe there's an additional residential unit to the south of this project. The notification map showing surrounding properties within 1,200 feet, abutting some BLM land parcels to the west and state land to the north. This site in particular is significantly impacted by the Santa Rosa wash and the green wash. As you can see, this is a flood zone classification of A that is an elevated risk for flood hazard. As you can see, this largely covers the entirety of the site, at least 85%, I would say. So ultimately, the applicant would need to provide some significant drainage study to accommodate potential land uses within this area. This is a map showing the surrounding land uses. As you can see, the Project Bell site is to the northeast of the site, with its associated transmission line connection, BLM land to the west, and state land to the north. This is the project as it would be proposed with the green energy corridor, replacing the moderate low density residential designation in the existing location. This is a map of all the ownerships that were encapsulated. All of these owners have provided owner authorization to pursue this land use change. So some items for consideration. The property has proximity to the I-8 corridor. The property abuts the Project Bella gas power plant to the east, the proposed Project Bella gas power plant to the east, still under development. The majority of the subject site is impacted by the flood zone A designation with increased flood hazard. It's contributed by the Santa Rosa wash and green wash. The property is also impacted by a regional trail connection and multiple riparian areas that would need to be identified and analyzed through the Arizona Game and Fish Department environmental review tool. The proposal would allow for development of a power generation facility, including photovoltaic, solar, gas energy production, and BESS battery storage in conjunction. The property is largely vacant with some scattered residential properties to the south, and then central to the site as well. So these are some items of concern that were presented from some various divisions. The riparian habitat impacts were identified by the open space and trails comments, including some regards to noxious weed mitigation, impact to a potential future regional trail connection, green wash and Santa Rosa wash impacts, both from the ERT perspective and flood hazard perspective. There's additional flood impacts that would need to be determined from a drainage report that would need to be analyzed by our flood control district, and some consideration of visual screening for the residential neighbors. At this point, does the commission have any questions of staff?
Any questions? Mr. Mooney?
Can you go back about 4 slides?
Oh, I'm going forward. I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe. So the blue in the middle with the stripes, that's the proposal.
That's the green energy production proposal, correct?
Okay, go back to the flood one. Is it one more back? No, 2 more. So what are how impacted are the neighbors already with this flooding? I mean, if this project were to go in and have to redo everything, that's going to affect neighbor properties significantly. This is the largest I've seen for flooding. And I say that because my community gets everything from the base of the Santan Mountains. And I know sometimes it's almost over our washes that we have, and it's not always significant. And with the more, we haven't had rain since the rest of these have been built there, so not looking forward to that. And that's a concern for this being such a large swath. That's just,
Yeah, I can speak to that a bit. The applicant would need to provide some form of a drainage report that would indicate appropriate conveyance of those potential flood impacts. I can certainly see much akin to other flood impacted properties that are under review today. This is going to be a bit of a challenge to convey properly. As for the residential properties, a lot of them are agricultural in nature. Likely didn't have as much impact from flood concerns, or they existed prior to this flood zone designation being implemented.
do you know, I know this is way down the road, but do you know how far beyond this area they actually look to see where the water's going to end up? And I say that because of, they didn't realize what was happening on the Santan Mountains from what they were doing and rearranging and building these borders around these single houses, that we were taking the water on our property.
Are you speaking to how far they
How far does
convey?
flood control go beyond this project? Okay, here, this is what you need to do to mitigate it, and we have followed it 5 miles away. I don't know. That's,
My understanding is that flood control typically takes a look at it and ensures that where it enters the property and exits the property doesn't increase hazard based on flow rate. But I would ultimately refer that question to flood control, and they will likely provide comments
that
regarding
is something
this.
I'd like to get some sort of an answer to, or if I could, just because I've seen what's happened in the past. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Just a comment to piggyback. Building out where water is going to flow widens the flood zone. Florence is a great example. All the vegetation in the Gila, we've had flood clear up to the post office. So just a consideration.
One that we'll keep in mind. Thank you, Commissioner Pranzo.
What's the proximity of the closest neighbor for this residential
Well,
development?
the project does have a residential unit central to it that is proposed for change, but one immediately south. I believe you can see on the aerial there to the east of that portion of green agricultural, about 3 parcels over.
And you said they were scattered, right? It's not one big residential.
No, agricultural farming, farmhouses, largely, I would estimate 3 or 4 at max.
We'll see what they have to say when the time comes.
Mr. Money.
Sorry, I have one other question. Did you do mailers on this one?
The applicant is required to, at this point. only
Not
for
yet.
their neighborhood
Not yet.
meeting.
And what would the mailer,
1,200 foot.
1,200? Okay.
Although staff will be requesting they go further because of the large scale nature of this.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I just had one comment on this one. There was some discussion relating to the entity that is the applicant, and is it a
Yes.
a valid entity or so on? I would request the applicant make sure that that's all resolved and taken care of before it kind of goes much further.
Yes, and to clarify, this is a discussion we're having with the one of the county supervisors as well, who issued a concern regarding the ownership and legal status of the parent LLC for the site. It's an item that the applicant Rose Law Group is investigating, and then appropriate measures will be made once additional information is gathered.
Very good. Thank you. Anything else? Go to item G.
Last case to be presented by Glenn again for the major complaints.
So PZPA 015-25, this is again a major comprehensive plan amendment for moderate low density residential to employment proposed to energy generation and technology campus. It's located northeast of West Lewis Johnson Drive and Arizona State 347, just west of the Nissan Technical Center. So the owner's Arizona R Ranches LLC. Applicant agent is Jordan Rose. And next. Stop. All right. And that shows you your general location, generally the same area west of Casa Grande. And this the previous one here shows you the surrounding zoning. You have the auction community, as you'll note, to the north abutting this, and it's quite a few different zoning districts surrounding the property. Next. And this shows you aerial, currently primarily agricultural in the area. Next. Shows you the vicinity map here. And the mail out. And so this is another depiction of the overall facility. In this case, you've got the Nissan facility there just to the east. And this is the current existing comprehensive plan map. And then the next slide will show you the proposed. So in this case here, it would join it with the designation to the north. And next. So conditions here, parcels are within the extended planning area again of the this case, the city of Maricopa. This one is also in flood zone X, which is minimal risk of flooding. And north of the property is again auction community. East, west, and south of the property is undeveloped land and the various zoning districts that are presented. And just to add something here for the commission's consideration. Now we're very early on in these processes, and I don't know that each one of these is a little bit different. But insofar as the flooding considerations in the wildlife, typically what happens is they have solar panels that are mounted on metal posts, and then they follow the sun throughout the day. There's quite a bit of space typically underneath them for both water and wildlife to pass. One of the trends here with some of these now is what's called agrivoltaic. So if they raise the panels somewhat more, you can get tractors underneath the panels, and you can both farm and have solar on the same land. So just to get that out there. So staff would be happy to entertain any questions the commission may have.
Any questions? Mr. Money.
Thank you for your explanation and update on that, but I would like it noted that I still have concerns. I'm sorry, animals aren't necessarily going to live. They don't live up against my house. They're not going to live up against solar necessarily. So while they're maybe raised off the ground, and the flooding, depending on how bad it is, a few feet off the ground isn't enough to mitigate that from the panels either. So thank you.
Any other comments?
Go ahead. When it says energy generation, explain, I got that technology. What does that encompass?
So I believe this is, again, it's very early in the process. So I think, some of the end users are not known at this point. This is the first step here with the comprehensive plan update. If this is approved, then they come back with the rezoning and the potential PAD request. So I think what they want to, typically what they do here is first, cross this threshold and then further refine, what's going to go there in the future.
So potentially it could be all green energy.
Potentially.
Yeah.
If it is green energy, then they need to, we need to let them know, because then the land use will not be employment. It would be green energy production. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I agree. Yeah.
I would just reiterate my previous comments that we need strategic engineering. Thank you.
Noted.
If I may. Sorry.
Mr. Money.
Glenn, while I understand and respect that the end users haven't been yet, one of the challenges I have is if there is a change with the overhaul major comp plan, that is an argument they use. this is the plan that was approved in now 2025 or 6 when it gets done, and this is what it was changed to. So, to Commissioner Sneff's question, that is a concern. It's just like saying, hey, let's just change this to whatever, and then they come back and they're like, oh, the comp plan was changed to this. Why are you now arguing that you don't want solar or you don't want industrial on an area? So, previous presentations in the areas did have a little bit more clear picture of what they were looking for. So that is a concern for me when projects do come forward. Thank
Noted.
you.
Noted.
Any other comments? Well, a couple things. We'll talk about this slide first. One of the challenges that I see here is something that we've heard. Last year we had a project across the street that had the Val Vista road alignment,
Yes.
what have you. Something that we heard from the community there is wanting and needing commercial. The 347 is the primary arterial road connecting Maricopa to Interstate 8. It's the primary commercial development road up through the city of Maricopa and so on. And having this energy generating solar, whatever, abutting this takes away a very large opportunity, especially with the Ak-Chin community.
Yes.
Already cannot be developed. So this is some of the first opportunities that this area would have to obtain any of that commercial development. On top of that, I also know, again, based on that previous development that came through last year, there's a significant flood and wash running along the 347 there. And so I have concerns about taking that away from this community that I think wants it and needs it. And I think that we're also going to get some pushback from the Native American community as well, the Ak-Chin community on having this as adjacent to their lands. And I realize there's some other things that have already been approved, but not of this size and not of this scale. So I think this is going to be another difficult one to move forward. The other one, if we can go down another slide where it shows, keep going. One more. We'll get there. Keep going. One is the one that shows I think we're going the wrong way. That shows the employment districts and there, this one. So you show the purple is employment district, but to the north of this, that is the Ak-Chin community.
Yes.
And is that how they've designated their land, or?
We need to check into the maps to see why that has been represented as employment. It should be shown as Ak-Chin.
Yeah.
And not employment. Yeah.
Yep.
We'll look into that. Sure. Thank you.
You're good. That's all I had. Any other questions? Very good. That, oh, did you have? No. That ends looks like it ends the work session for the comp plan amendments. Anything else you need to add, Sangeeta?
No, that's it. We will be sharing this information with updates to the board, as stated in the August session for the work session to the board. Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. We want to take a 5-minute break and very good. Can I get a motion to recess for second? Very good. Well, that was fun. How are you?
I can show you both.
Yes, appreciate it. I think you're Mr. Miller. But I think you get hearing from this one. Would be a good issue. Whatever we can talk about.
I have requested that the people with them, just like he was saying, that they have meetings. But what that is, it should be done.
I don't, we're sitting here wondering, you know.
I'll let you guys do it. Yeah, just.
Appreciate it. Little bit, sorry. We mentioned, I mean, just if you had one.
That was as far as.
That's about it. I mean, I think he was gonna make a proposal at some point. But other than that, I don't know that there was I mean, I know you guys went through the traffic report, and whatever, but yeah, I don't have details.
You know, and it's, you and I need to touch on the details really quick.
Yeah.
I know the thing that I was visiting with Kyle about, visiting with. I know there's like CR. That's not within these guys' purview.
I understand
You
that.
can't stand up and say.
No, sure.
Make it on the record and stuff like that.
No, but that's not, I get that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
I'm just, Matt's known me a long time, back when I was doing some CD work, and so I always play with my cards so stuff happens. So I'm not trying to tell somebody how to do their job.
No, especially when they're good for you. So,
you know, it doesn't make the issue go away. It's just.
yeah.
We'll hear the first new case, PZ-PA-001-25. And it looks like a couple of these are together. Read them. Yep. PZ-01, PZ-001-25 and SUP-001-25.
Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, first case PZPA 001-25. Second case is PZ 001-25 and SUP 001-25, otherwise known as Southeast Corner Ranch in Ironwood. So this is the first request is for a non-major comprehensive plan amendment to change it from 9.47 acres to change it from rural living to suburban neighborhood. This is generally located southeast of Ranch Road and Ironwood Drive. And the second case is for rezoning. And so this is, again, the same acreage to go from suburban ranch to commercial C1 to allow for commercial center and the medical office. The last case here is SUP 001-25 requesting approval of special use permit on the same acreage to again allow for the medical offices. So the applicant is Brennan Ray, and he's here today on behalf of WNDG LLC, the landowner. Next. So this shows you the general vicinity here. So the very northernmost central portion of the county here. And this shows you the surrounding zoning, as well as you see that Queen Creek to the west and to the north. The next.
Next.
And this shows you an aerial of the proposed 9.47 acres. Next. And again, here, this is Queen Creek is across the road to the west, and then you have large lot residential subdivision to the east and south. Next. And this again shows you the proposed suburban ranch to community commercial, and along with an aerial. And this is the current comprehensive plan designation. Next. And the surrounding zoning once again. And next. So this is an overall conceptual site plan. So you have the proposed medical office there in the eastern portion with the surrounding parking. So at this point here, this is, the first step again, and at some later point, as this is approved, then that site plan will be further refined and reviewed by staff. Next. So looking to the south into the property to the north, to the east, and to the west. So items for the commission's consideration: the site was originally included as part of the western portion of several large lot parcels that are currently part of an older subdivision. And in addition to this, these cases, a replat of the subdivision will be required, as well as a minor land division. And then lastly, as mentioned earlier, the site plan will also be required. Now, this would be designated as a medical office, but the exact tenants are currently unknown, I believe, at this point. So this slide here was created some time ago because we need to get this up to the loaded up a week or so in advance of the hearing today. Since then, I've given the commissioners the more recent opposition we've received. I believe we're up around 5 or 6 total. There's one that's in the packet. The others are the handouts. So PZPA comes with no stipulations. The second case with 1, and then 8 total stipulations for the SUP. And staff would be happy to entertain any questions the commissioners may have.
Very good. Any questions for staff? Very good. Bring the applicant up.
Yeah, got it before. Clicker's not working, so.
No worries.
All right.
Good. I presume this is on.
It is.
Okay, good, great. Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. Brendan Ray, 2325 East Camelback, here on behalf of WNDG LLC. And we're certainly excited to be talking to you today about rezoning something to commercial rather than talking about taking it away. Especially along Ironwood Road, which, as you all know, it is a road of regional significance. In visiting with staff, we know that over the course of the past few years, there have been a number of requests before you taking commercial land and converting it to residential. This is the opposite of that. We are taking and proposing this 9 acres for commercial and a special use permit for medical office. And as detailed in our submittal, we believe that we're meeting many of the goals and policies of the county's comprehensive plan, of the Santan Valley Special Area Plan, and that we're bringing a development that's going to create jobs, generate tax dollars, and promote hopefully additional economic development in the area. We're okay with the STIPs for the rezone and the SUP, and we would request your recommendation for approval. Next slide, please. So you're certainly familiar with the site. I think it's important. I'm appreciative of the comments that I heard during your work session about understanding contextually how things fit in with the surrounding area. And as we look at this site, and I'll get into it, but you can see the site outlined there in yellow where it is. Obviously, you've got the 24, SR24, that's going to hopefully expand soon. Further to the east, you've also got a lot of activity going north of Germain, and then within the town of Queen Creek. Next slide. And again, understanding contextually how things are, I very purposefully overlaid the town of Queen Creek's zoning map. Now, I recognize this is Pinal County, and we're not talking about town of Queen Creek, but when you look at it, obviously we take things in context of the surrounding area. And this is an ever-changing area as you look at it. And we think what we are proposing along the Ironwood frontage is certainly compatible with the surrounding area, compatible with the future growth that's going to occur within the county and within the town of Queen Creek on the west side of Ironwood Road. And just to give you context of what those designations are, even though no specific plan is, that big chunk, the R15 urban development, if you look in Queen Creek's zoning ordinance, that allows up to 5 dwelling units per acre. So it is going to be a traditional, likely tract home community or communities that will be built in there. The medium residential, that kind of dark brown along Ironwood, that allows up to 14 dwelling units per acre. And then you've got the C2 commercial. That special plan, the big blue area on the north, that is designated for employment, all employment and industrial uses. That is where the LG plant is currently being built today. So you can see that there's a lot of change, and you can see, and you guys are all aware of the growth that's occurred south of Pima as well as we look at this. Next slide, please. Again, as we look at it, that's just a close-up of the site and the surrounding area. I think as we look at the Santan Valley Special Area Plan and what it requires, some of the principal themes in it deals with enhancing local spending and encouraging investment in the local economy. And we think that we're, again, meeting those goals of the Santan Valley Special Area Plan. Next slide. Here's a little better exhibit so that you can see better than that black and white exactly what's going on. And so I'm going to take a minute to walk through that. Starting at Ironwood, and I will work to the east across. Ironwood Road, you can see that we've got future commercial development that's going to occur there. We do not know the details of those development. Those are still being worked out. And that is proposed to be zone C1, which you know C1 per your zoning ordinance is a neighborhood commercial zoning district. And if we need to get into the details of C1 and what it allows, I can certainly speak to that. And then we get to the medical office building. That medical office building, I can tell you it's going to be an ortho AZ medical office building. It's a 50,000-ish square foot building that's going to be 2 stories. We estimate that they are going to bring somewhere between 140 and 160 jobs to the area, which we think is a good thing, a positive thing. We also think it's appropriate to have a medical use and that medical building kind of sitting in transition and buffer as you go further to the east and get into the large lot. My client does own those parcels, and that's why I'm going to talk about something off scope that's not in the purview of the zoning, but I know it's been important to the neighbors to understand as we've gone at, and that is what happens to the residential areas that's going to be east of that. And so what we've illustrated there, contextually, is that there is going to be 2 homes, single-family homes, that will be placed there. My client is under contract with a home builder to build on those homes. It is a well-known home builder that's planning on building 1-story homes on both of those lots. Square footage of the homes will be 3,200 to 3,800 square feet. And then obviously in connection with that, we'll make necessary improvements for those homes along Ranch and along Murphy as well as you look at it. So one of the other things that I would point out too is the considerable amount of separation that is between us and the closest resident, which is on the east side of Murphy. Again, all those parcels are owned by my client. And so we have neighbors to the south, but really where we start to get is on the east side of Murphy. And between our back wall of the medical office parcel to the west side of Murphy, that is approximately 600 feet. So 2 football fields in length away. The building, the medical building itself, is set an additional 100 feet further to the west. So all told, between the edge of that building and Murphy Road, Murphy Avenue, that is 700 feet. Great distance, great separation. And we're going to have a lot of landscaping that's going to occur on our side. If you want to throw in Murphy before I start getting to a residential property to my east, it's about 50 feet. Obviously, a little different condition on the north side as you look at it. Next slide, please. These are, again, not within your per se purview, but to make sure everyone knows, these are kind of perspectives of what that medical office building is going to look like. I know that Ortho AZ is very excited to move forward with it and are looking forward to building it and bringing jobs to the community. Next slide. This is just another perspective. I know that in talking, and I've had great conversations with the neighbors, I know there's a few that are going to want to speak tonight, and there's tonight, this morning. And I know that if I need to, I can get into a lot more details, because I think there's probably 2 primary concerns as I understand it. One deals with a set of CC&Rs. Which I know is not within the purview of this commission. Those are private restrictions that we still in the process of negotiating and working out exactly what those CC&R encumbrances are. So I know that's going to be brought up as well. And I know that traffic is going to be something else that's going to be brought up, and certainly the effect that this community or this development will have on those rural agrarian properties that are to the east of us. And again, I can go into a lot of details, a lot of weeds if we need to. But I can tell you, when we look at it, this development, and we've prepared a traffic impact analysis that has been submitted to the county and reviewed, and to my understanding, been approved by the county relative to that. But when we get right down to brass tacks, this development, the commercial and the medical office complex, is going to add, in the AM and PM hours, in the AM, we're going to add 14 trips to Ranch Road. And then we're going to add 21 trips in the PM. And as you guys know, trips are not cars, they're movements of cars. I can drive 3 times to Home Depot in a day, and even though I'm 1 car, that constitutes a total of 6 trips. As you look at it. And so that's how it's associated. But we know that, and again, I can go into more details if I need to, but I just wanted to put that out there here at the start. And so with that, we would request your approval in accordance, a recommendation for approval. We comply with the comprehensive plan. We're meeting the goals of the Santan Valley Special Area Plan. We think it's a good thing to be able to add some commercial in an appropriate location along a road of regional significance. Happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Good. Any questions? Commissioner Money.
Can you go back to the slide that shows the building with the in and out? So are there just, oh, right there, are there just two exits onto Ironwood, nothing onto Ranch Road?
No, that's not correct. Through the chair, Commissioner Mooney, as is detailed, and you kind of can't see it because there's red lines. We do have access onto Ironwood, but there are two access points onto Ranch as well. Just to the right or east of that salmon color future commercial pad where there's a break in the landscaping, that is an access point.
Okay.
And then further to the east, again, you kind of see a break, kind of where the D and Ranch Road
Okay, yeah.
ends. There's another break there for access at that point.
And one other question, and maybe it would be for the county, but is there any requirements to put a light at Ranch Road?
Through the chair, Commissioner Mooney, thank you. I failed to include that in terms of my presentation because the traffic impact analysis does indicate and recommend that a traffic signal be placed at the intersection of Ranch and Ironwood.
We received some late concerns, and that was concerns is the traffic. So as much as I'm not a fan of a light every block, for this particular road, a light is needed every 50 feet, but
I don't know.
okay, so there will be a light, but
yes,
appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Question on the, oh, well, let's go to Ranch first. What's the speed limit on Ranch?
So posted speed limit on Long Ranch is 25 miles an hour. And I know that there are speed humps. I'm not sure where they start. I think it's a little bit past our site that I believe the speed humps start along Ranch Road. And I couldn't tell you how far they're spaced out, but I know there are a number of speed humps along Ranch Road, as well as there are a number of speed humps along Murphy Avenue as well.
There's probably a handful of speed humps that go all the way down to Kenworthy Road, which is further east. So it's 25. What's the feet from Ironwood back to your property line on the east?
So between Ironwood and Murphy, approximately 12, almost 1,300 feet. I think it's like 1,295.
To the end of your property or to Murphy?
From west property line to east property line, which would include the residential that's shown on this.
Okay.
That is, I think it's 1,295, I think.
And is the property on the east side, the residentials, is that owned by this landowner?
It is.
And is that, and he's going to develop it, you said, or that the landowner?
Under contract with a home builder to develop that.
Develop those two properties?
Correct.
So this was all his or theirs at one point?
Yeah, he acquired all of these parcels, and as staff indicated in their presentation, we do need to go through the platting process and to change it. That again doesn't take into account the CCNRs that I know are going to be discussed as well today, but there are that suburban rural zoning district does have a minimum lot size requirement, and the parcels as proposed to be configured do comply with that minimum lot size requirement.
It's 3.3 acres, and I think they're just about that.
They are
3.34 is what it looks like from your thing here. And the height of the ortho building, what's the max height on that?
Through the chair, Commissioner Sneff, it's a two-story building, approximately 30 feet.
Okay, so no larger than a two-story home.
Correct.
Okay. And obviously you'll be working with Queen Creek for right-of-ways with the road access, decel line. I don't know if you're going to have to do that.
Yeah, through the chair, Commissioner Sneff, in terms of Ironwood Road, and it's not depicted on this plan, but I believe that the traffic report, and I can double check here really quick, but does require us to provide right turn decel lanes, certainly onto Ranch. And I think there might be one at one of those other intersections as well. I know other improvements to Ranch, it's kind of you can go straight, left, right at Ranch. I know as part of the TIA, one of the suggestions or one of the recommendations is that there be a dedicated left turn lane heading westbound. So as you exit the community, you're able to turn left without mucking up the traffic that's trying to go right and to go north on Ironwood.
Okay. I think that's most of my questions at the moment. Thanks.
Any other questions? Brandon, I got a couple for you. So just to be clear, the residential portion of this is not part of this rezoning.
Chair, correct. It is not part, but as I indicated, it's something that was asked of us as we've gone through the process, to say, hey, well, what's going to happen with the rest of that stuff? And so wanted to be very transparent with that since it is the same property owner.
But just wanted, because the red line, you know, encompasses the whole thing. So I just want to make sure everyone was clear on that. Are there, is this going to be done, I'm assuming in phases with the commercial pads in the front and then this medical office building in the center?
Yeah, through the chair, in terms of phase, I know that Ortho AZ is anxious to get under construction as soon as practical. In connection with that, I would anticipate that you would see the build out of the offsites and along the perimeter. So the Ironwood frontage would be installed. The obviously Olive Ranch would be installed. In terms of the actual future commercial pads and developments, I know we still would need to go through the county site plan process in terms of that. And so I know there's a great demand for commercial in the area. So as soon as it is identified as to what those future commercial pads would be, plans will get submitted and they'll go.
Yeah, and you kind of led into where my next question was, and that is improvements along Ironwood and Ranch. You know, if these commercial pads are not developed for 10 years, we had a case not too long ago and other cases where, you know, that could be the case, and wanting to ensure that any developments are made as part of, you know, the big picture, are taken care of up front. As I'm sure you heard me speak earlier about, you know, the zombie developments that, you know, could be, you know, on the horizon if we're not careful. So just trying to avoid some of that. The last question I have, it's not necessarily, it kind of is, but I just want to make sure the parcel directly to the south, looks like there's several structures, you know, there's a green belt of some sort, you know, on the west end there. It looks like there's kind of a dirt road that connects all that. We're not blocking access for any property owners or anything by doing any of this.
No, Chair, no. What's represented, and you can't see it, the line work kind of makes it easy, but there, unless I'm mistaken, I believe there are five parcels that run from Ranch Road. My client owns all 5 of those parcels from Ironwood to Murphy. We're still trying to figure out what to do where the buildings are, and there's a lot of other stuff that's accumulated on those properties. And so we're still trying to figure out what's gonna happen with that portion of it. But no, in terms of access, those homes, similar to what you see depicted in the colored portion, they do have access to Murphy Avenue.
Very good. All right, that's all I had. Any other?
So what is the buffer between the eastern portions of your property, and what kind of screening are you going to have besides foliage trees? Are you going to have a CMU block wall to divide your commercial property from the residential's?
Thank you. Through the chair, Commissioner Smith, yes, there will be a block wall that will go up. There will be landscaping, obviously, on our side. The county has requirements for that. And we do have along that area, it's a 25 kind of foot landscape track. So I've got from the edge of pavement to the wall, there's a 25-foot landscape setback. And then kind of wrapping around the south side, it's, I think, a 15-foot landscape setback. But no, there will be a perimeter wall.
And will that go from Ranch Road down all the way over to Ironwood around that southern commercial pad?
I
I'm just curious.
Yeah, through the chair, commissioner, staff. I don't know, once I get beyond the Ortho AZ site,
Okay.
I'm gonna presume that there will be.
TBD, to be determined.
Yeah, but I would presume that there would be a wall that would eventually start at Ranch, work its way down, and then eventually end up stopping at some location before it hits Ironwood on the south side.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Brent.
Thank you.
This time we'll call the, open this up to the public comment. I do have a couple speaker cards. We do limit our speakers to 3 minutes, and please be concise with your comments. The first one I have is Christopher Langkild. I apologize if I butchered it. There we go. Thank you.
Hello, Vice Chair and other commissioners. As a homeowner, I'm the second property on the east side, so just one down from Ranch Road. The impact, I asked to vote that you deny the rezoning. 2020, my daughter, who was a senior, got hit by a car while on horseback. Yes, I do take the fault. The accident was the horse got out of control with my daughter on it and crossed over to Ranch Road and was hit. Obviously, it was not on the police report as far as excess speeding, but at 25 miles an hour, the car should have been able to stop, seeing a horse fully run, but the report was written up that the horse just started out. And I have a video of my daughter. I was there that day. She got hit and saw the whole thing. I'm asking that it gets denied. The traffic that's going to come in, I deny the 14 times. The amount of wild horses, or not wild horses, other neighbors' horses. We've had the cattle of Earnhardt off of the other ones roaming my yard. So loose animals do happen in the neighborhood. And this would just bring in more, just with the accidents that are off of Pima and Ironwood. Our street is pushed through, and the traffic is exponential. The volume or the noise, since they put in just the speed humps, one's right in the middle of my property, and the noise from them braking, coming in, just the traffic that's going to be increased is just continues that. But the other thing is, there's 3 lots across the street. They're trying to remove one to consolidate it down to 2, which reduces the footage of the length of the property that is currently on the site plan of 180 wide by 1200 roughly. And so they're removing one, and I oppose that just because that just brings everything up closer. We have asked, trying to compromise, that they can have the 1.25 acres on the Ironwood side, but where that notch is there with the facility, that would be the distance if they kept and maintained the 3 lots at 3.3 acres. Thank you for your time.
Any questions for the speaker?
I do, excuse me, sir. Just so I understand, so you're saying where the proposed parking lot and building, that would be what the length of the properties for homes was supposed to be, and only the 3 front paths?
Correct.
Okay.
So, I mean, you see there's 5 lots total. So there's 3 combined in the green and then the 2 lower. And so that distance all the way to the south commercial pad would be the original. If they kept everything 3 1/3 on those original 3, that would be the distance. And that's where we're like, we can compromise. You can do your 1.25 acres on that to where it maintains every site plan at 3 1/3 versus minimizing a whole lot to get the additional 3.3 acres for that commercial, that medical building.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Next one I have is Adam Anderson.
Morning. Thank you, Vice Chair and Commission. My name is Adam Anderson. As you just said, I represent Lucas Casterton, whose address is 42871 North Murphy, and Garrett Casterton, who's at 43083 North Murphy, who are in that neighborhood just to the east, just across Murphy. I provided some slides in the PDF. Can we show those? Our biggest concern is the vagaries in the zoning application itself. You've heard some details today, which are, I think, more details than we have been provided. Early on, before this zoning application was even submitted, there was a discussion farther down at Pima Road. There was some properties that this developer purchased, and there was a lawsuit that happened, and through some negotiations, one of the neighborhood owners offered up for some property exchanges. I don't have all of those details, to consolidate and sort of push. Here we are. The purple.
Can you stay in front of the mic so we can get all?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
So you can see here, this is a Facebook post from the developer, and you can see a lot of detail about some of the developments going up, except for the site that we're talking about. Now, we've heard a little bit of detail today. The exchange I was talking about is that purple one, where the neighborhood came together to help the developer and the neighborhood keep the development close to Ironwood Road. All of a sudden, this developer is seeking to push into the neighborhood significantly more. And what it seems to be that they are asking for is a blank check. They're asking for commercial zoning so they can put whatever it is. We don't know what it is. If you look through the traffic report, you get to where they're looking for fast food restaurants, and it says up to 3 drive-throughs. Although if you keep going through, and you could push down the next page, we'll go a few pages here. My time is almost up. Here they talk about happy, healthy residents. And let me divert from the drive-throughs. Happy, healthy residents that they didn't notice. You've gotten letters, I think, that are objections. And if I can, I've got copies here for you if I can pass them out. Is that all right? Just the packets for everybody?
30 seconds.
It might be, but well, on the back here, you can see shaded the area that they noticed. They noticed 600 feet, not from the property lines, from the proposed rezoning, which kept a lot of these happy and healthy residents that they're talking about from getting notice about what's going on. The community is mobilizing as best it can, but we ask that you deny this or recommend that this zoning application be denied. Thank you.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Any questions? Yeah. Commissioner Money.
It might, just stay there for a moment, but it might be county. Where do you set the boundaries for that letter that needs to go out?
So to answer that question, initially, first of all, state statute requires 300 foot. County goes beyond that with the 600 foot for those notifications. For the neighborhood meeting that happened, I made several months ago, that's 1,200 feet. So those are the in addition to that, those are the mail outs. In addition to that, there's the legal ad that goes in the newspaper, as well as the large signs that you typically see for rezoning cases like this. So there's 3 different methods that are used to advertise these things.
To specifically answer your question, Commissioner Mooney, it is the edge of the property from which the 300 feet.
So each side would have gone 300 feet.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarity. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Speaker, very good. Thank you. We did get a letter prior to our meeting today in opposition, and I think staff has copies of that. Anybody else wish to speak on this matter? Oh, very good. Thank you. Oh, there's 4.
Good afternoon, or sorry, good morning, guys, and members of the board. I just represent the Queen Creek Suburban Ranches, which is the association for which this community is now sort of surrounding, and now the parcels that are involved in this development project. I just wanted to state on the record that the association does object to this to the zoning application being approved on the basis that the developer has not obtained approval to amend the CCNRs to allow them to move forward with this commercial development. I understand that that's a private issue, but I'm just putting that on the record. The other thing that I do want to address is the fact that to the extent that the application doesn't fully explain the irrigation and water impact that this project will have on the area, my understanding is along Ranch Road up there to the north, the water from rainwater runoff and some of those other things runs along Ranch Road and then collects in an irrigation easement that is the association's irrigation easement along Ironwood Road. And so I'd ask that the board consider whether or not that the plan that's as submitted adequately addresses that rainwater runoff. And that's all I have for the board's consideration.
Any questions for the speaker?
Not myself, the speaker, but staff again. With that concern, is that something that would be addressed further down the road in the plan for the drainage and their retention area?
Correct. Yes, with the site plan process, especially then the drainage review is done.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the speaker? Very good. Thank you, sir.
Chairman?
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, we just want to make a clarification on the boundaries. The distances from the zone, the distance are calculated from the zone property, so the area that they're rezoning, because they're not rezoning the east side of the property. So those distances be taken from the rezoned area.
Rezoned area only, not from the two residential properties.
Correct.
That are not part of the.
Yes.
rezone.
Yep.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks for clarification. Do I have any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll bring the applicant back up to answer any additional questions or rebut any of the speaker's comments.
Chair, members of the commission, just to emphasize a couple of things. One, I know that Glenn answered it, but as I know the last speaker talked about the grading and drainage. We've actually been in discussions with the county already, county engineering department, to ensure that water is appropriately conveyed through the site. The site runs from Murphy Road to Ironwood. If you're familiar with the area, there's a culvert that doesn't work so good under Ironwood Road. But that's where drainage is supposed to go and continue on. And so we will ensure that water flows as it's intended to flow and as it's flown, recognizing any easements and stuff like that. So that will be part of the process. Again, with respect to traffic, if I need to get to more details of that, obviously we've submitted it, prepared by a traffic report, prepared by a professional traffic engineer. That's their job day in, day out. They've reviewed it, they've looked at it, they've submitted it to the county. The county's traffic engineering department has reviewed it and looked at it and approved it. And if I need to get into the details of how much traffic's going where, I certainly can do that. But my statement of 14 in the AM and PM peak and the 21, that is per the staff or per the traffic report. And that is what we are adding to it. That does not include the amount of traffic that already exists up and down Ranch Road. So again, I think those were a couple of things I wanted to touch on. There is one last thing. There was a comment made about vagaries in the application and when you look at a traffic report. One of the premises when you prepare a traffic report, when you don't know for sure what the uses are, is that you presume the worst case scenario from a traffic standpoint. So we presume the highest, most intense uses that would be in that. And if you look in the C1 zoning district, that would be fast food, that would be drive-through. Because we want to ensure that when this development gets built, that the appropriate mitigation takes place along Ironwood, along Ranch, to ensure that if by chance whatever permitted C1 use goes in there, that the traffic is already accounted for and accommodated for. And so we don't know yet what those are. Again, from a traffic analysis standpoint, you presume the worst. That's why that indication is in the traffic report and not in our actual rezoning application and stuff like that. We don't know what it is. We know what C1 is, and I can pull up and go through it if we need to, but I did want to add that additional bit of clarification relative to the traffic and what is proposed for the site. So again, we would request your recommendation. I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Commissioner Mooney.
So one of the speakers, talked about traffic and how busy it is, and I didn't ask, is this a through street or just into the community, or don't you know?
So if I can go back a slide or two.
That, what is it, Ranch Road?
Yeah, go down one, that one's probably as good as any. So you kind of can't see it. If we were to zoom in, I could show you, but Ranch Road effectively is a 1 mile street. It dead ends at Kenworthy on the east, where you see that vacant brown, and I'd walk over there, but then I lose my ability. But where it dead ends kind of along that alignment, it dead ends at Kenworthy. When we get to Ironwood, we do anticipate that Ranch might go through that, what's designated the R15 urban development. But if it's consistent with the way that it's already designed, if you look at Ranch on the other side of Meridian, Ranch doesn't cut through on the section line. It meanders through that kind of master plan community over there. So effectively, Ranch is a mile from Ironwood to Kenworthy.
And I asked that because potentially putting up signs, private property, animals, and things like that, just to try and help mitigate some of the concerns if it isn't necessarily a full through street. The county may know more on that as to whether or not that would, even a sign that says not a through street, to keep traffic from trying to find another way out if there's a lot of traffic on Ironwood or something. So
yeah,
just trying to mitigate some of the questions and concerns.
Yeah, no, through the chair, Commissioner Mooney, we're happy to work with the county. Like I said, we're happy to work with the county if there's additional signage that we need to put up, additional, big flashing signs that say, hey, you're coming into a rural area. We're more than happy to work with the county to comply with whatever requirements for signage are appropriate along a public road.
Mr. Step.
Comment and question. Comment on this area is, you can't really tell from here, but as you go further southeast, there's a lot of new development. And so what you're having is a lot of congestion on Ironwood and Ocotillo, that you are getting people that have cut through on Ranch and all these other various roads that go to Kenworthy that can move them further east and south. I think one of the best things that could have been done, and there might be some debate on the speed humps, but was for the county to put the speed humps in to keep that traffic to slow down. Now, whether it causes more noise or whatnot, I don't know. But prior to the speed humps, people were just whizzing right into Ranch to Kenworthy at greater than 25, I can tell you that. So my question for you, Brennan, is why is the owner wanting to put the ortho spine or the ortho center not on Ironwood? Why back a ways off the main road?
Yeah, through the chair, Commissioner Sneff, as you look at it, obviously if you get into planning principles and how things are developed, you want, there's always a transition in uses and intensity. And given the, what happens along Ironwood Road, you're very familiar, that's a high intense, very, very heavily trafficked road. And so when you look at it, you want to put some of your more intense uses and then transition away. And so rather than transitioning directly from the commercial to residentially zoned property, it made sense to provide an additional buffer, if you will. We also know that the area is continuing to grow, and there is a demand for medical services and stuff like that. And so the opportunity to provide an outfit like an Ortho AZ here, so where people aren't driving as far for those type of medical services, is something that makes sense. It's a less intense use as you get away from Ironwood Road. And so when planning, you kind of want to transition uses and intensities. And I think as the developer looked at it, obviously with Ironwood being what it is, and knowing of the need to provide additional services, that's why the depth grew to accommodate the Ortho AZ building.
And the minor land division is going to be that combination of those three lots, properties into two, correct?
Through the chair, Commissioner Schneff, yes, that is correct.
And then that itself will keep it in that 3.3 acre, but you're taking one lot away. So I see what was said earlier by the public, but, okay. That's what I have. Thanks.
Any other comments? I have more of a statement, as someone who's been a part of projects like this in the past. You know, having a medical facility, you're probably not going to get a McDonald's out in front of it. Could it happen? Sure, anything's possible, but typically on facilities like this, you get complimentary, maybe other medical, physical therapy, you know, whatever, you know, something that what I normally see is commercial that's going to complement the primary use that's on this. And so some of the higher intensity uses that could happen here, yes, they could happen. I just think it's kind of a minimal effect here that it actually will. So with that, any other questions for the applicant? I will close that portion. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? I will bring it back to the dais for discussion, vote, motions. And we have three cases we're hearing. Commissioner Mooney.
Partner in crime.
Yep.
So I move the Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of conditional approval of case PZ-PA-001-25 to the Board of Supervisors.
That is zero stipulations.
Zero stipulations.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Schnepp. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Is Commissioner Davila still with us?
You gotta make them.
Very good. The next one, Commissioner Mooney.
I move the Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of conditional approval of case PZ-001-25 to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the following one stipulation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Schnepp. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. We're good with Commissioner Davila? He said aye as well. So that brings us to the third one. Commissioner Mooney. I'll just call you. You don't have to raise your hand.
All right, perfect. I move that Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of conditional approval of case SUP-001-25 to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the following 8 stipulations.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Schnepp, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. And we're good again with Commissioner Davila. Approved as well. So those 3 cases pass forward. Thank you very much.
I think they should just know, go to the Board of Supervisors next.
Yep. We are at noon. Looks like we have 2 more cases to hear, plus the call to the commission. What's the purview? Do we want to push through or do we want to go to lunch?
I'm more than willing to push through if everyone else is in agreement. If not, I can go either way.
I'm on the fence. So.
Yeah, so am I.
Are we hungry?
All right.
I don't want to look out there because they'll look at you like, oh.
We could do a shorter lunch perhaps instead of a normal.
Well, by the time we, like, if we go to the sandwich place, by the time we go there and get back, it's pretty close to an hour anyway. So let's go ahead and break for lunch for an hour. We'll reconvene a little after 12. Need a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Very good.
Mic check, mic check. Okay, so mic check, mic check. I'm coming through there. We're hearing there's no feedback. Good. So if this one is unmuted, then that's where we get the feedback. Mic check, mic check.
That was because you're not connected to the web session. Connect to the web session and 100% guaranteed it's gonna.
Yeah, no. I told Corey specifically, you don't connect this to Google. This is only to go to those screens, period, end of story. And then you switch the cameras here. So, okay, so with that,
Sorry,
Ray Tejas, Public Information Officer for Pinal County Public Works.
is not available. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options. Sorry, Gabriel Villanueva is not available. Record.
Do we have a supervisor who is talent map ready?
We call the planning and zoning commission meeting for Thursday, July 17th. Do I have a motion to re-enter? Have a second? Second, all in favor? Good. I apologize, my mic wasn't on. There we go. All right. We'll pick up where we left off. Looks like item D, SUP 004-25. Valentin, take it away.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Commissioners. My name is Valentin Panchenko, planner for the case SUP 004-25, Sky Village Dino Park. Its proposal to approve a special use permit to operate an educational and recreational facility as it focuses on the dinosaurs of the Mesozoic era, Sky Village Dino Park title. It's located east of the intersection of Highway 84 and Green Road, Maricopa Stanfield area. That size approximately over 10 acres, and the agent, Representative Greg Davis, a plan consulting, is present here today. Here is the county map, south of Maricopa. Here's the zoning, current zoning, general rural, and proposed special use. It's educational and recreational dinosaur park on 3 parcels. This is a vicinity map. This aerial map. View on the property to north, to south, to east, and to the west. To the east is direct view on the property. Here's a notice sign. Historically, it was general rural since 1962. The current configuration of parcels was established after land split in 2021. It has direct access to Highway 84 to the north. Its surrounded area is dominantly rural residential, with small fraction of commercial, industrial, and some other residential within 1.5 miles radius. The closest residential area with existing structures are right next to Highway 84 to the west of that property, and it's also located within City of Maricopa area of interest. Here's the site plan. I'm not going to go into details for site plan because the applicant will present you an extensive presentation about that one. But generally, it has exhibit park with static and animatronic models. It has tram style ride, traveling in the perimeter of park, 5 main structures, park office, tram station, maintenance building, restroom facilities, and indoor interactive ride building. It also will operate from 10 a.m. until dusk. It anticipated staffing will be 5 to 10 employees, estimated visitors 50 to 60 guests per day. A target, it will be families, school, and some educational groups. About sound mitigation, there will be no outdoor loudspeakers, only some localized sounds on individual exhibits. And that property will need to comply with Pinal County Lighting Zone 1 requirements. Also, the applicant will provide sufficient number of parking spaces. There will be pedestrian pathways within the park area, tram road, landscaping buffer, 20 feet minimum and 40 feet on the east side of the property. Also 6-foot masonry solid wall on the east and south, view fencing along the north and west frontage. And there will be some plantings approximately 50 feet on the center line, and additionally, they are proposing setback to the side and rear property line, which will be 50 feet compared to the minimum zone requirements of 4 feet. So they will provide setbacks of 50 feet for the side and rear property line. About public participation, there was received one letter of opposition from member of public. It's attached to the packet. There was a resident concerned about a project that will introduce commercial activity in rural residential area. There was concern about saving the rural lifestyle and impact on it, potentially because of effect on dark skies, additional street lighting, and that it will impact on quiet environment. And they want to preserve rural character and existing condition, and they move it here just because of those rural condition and calm life there, so they do not want to have interruption. But I explained it also to the applicant who sent that opposition letter that there will be no rezoning. It's the same zone, and the applicant will need to comply with zone-specific requirements for lighting, which is lighting zone 1. So everybody actually can do the same as the applicant with lighting, if that's the main concern. There was no additional comments from that person after that. So this is the application for special use permit, and the zoning ordinance identifies the factors for consideration when reviewing special use permit, and commission need to follow up those factors in order to determine if that special use is appropriate for this location. Here's language for any movements to approve with 9 stipulation, or language for move to deny. Also, applicant requested to update, amend the stipulation number 3 from originally it was the property owner shall install and maintain a minimum 6-foot high masonry screening wall along the perimeter, wall 1. And the applicant asking to amend it as the property owner shall install and maintain a minimum 6-foot high obscure screening wall along the east, south, and west perimeters, and a 6-foot tall metal view fence along the north boundary adjacent to Highway 84. I'm happy to answer your question.
Very good. Any questions, Commissioner Mooney?
So in reference to this number 3, did they tell you what obscure screening is going to be?
I think that was a recent change on Tuesday. So we can, he's here. Originally, it's supposed to be masonry wall. As it was in a original stipulation, they just wanted to add just a metal view fence to the north.
Okay, well, we can ask and get clarification on that. Can you back up to the slide that has the parking lot and overview, please?
Oh, here?
No, there's a picture, there's like an overhead view showing the site plan. Yeah, so I see the handicap, but if they're going to have buses and stuff, do you have areas where they're going to be able to adequately park and turn to leave? Those look pretty tight. I'm not sure what the...
There is no such...
Because it said school, so I assume that there may be buses coming in, so
right.
we would need some sort of review on that. And I know that this is just the conceptual right now, but it was just a concern that I had.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so I'll get clarity on the other one. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right, I'll bring the applicant up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Greg Davis with iPlan Consulting, here on behalf of the property owner. So appreciate the opportunity to present this very unique case. I've been doing this about 23 years and I've never had a dinosaur park before. So you guys may get them all the time. I don't know, but yeah, exactly. And then with the movie coming out, we figured that might scare some people away from this. So we figured a room full of people in opposition, but
hopefully it's better than the new movie.
Yeah, I hear you on that. So anyways, I'll get answer your questions, Commissioner Mooney, but I'll go through my presentation real quick first and see if anyone else has any questions. See if I can get this to go.
He has to turn around.
Turn around?
Yes, and then do it. No. Is it? No.
That's the mouse. Oh, you just have the magic touch. So. You need to keep doing that. All right. So just real quick about the site. So as Valentin shared with you, the site is located in a rural area of the county. It's located right off of State Highway 84, connects I-8 to Stanfield and City of Maricopa. It is comprised of 10 acres, and our request is for the SUP technically for an outdoor museum focused on education. So there we go. Now it's working. So, one of the things I asked the client, I'm sure you're asking is, this seems pretty remote area. Why did you choose this site? And if you look on the aerial map, the current conditions, yes, I'd agree it looks that way. But they wanted to find a location that was in proximation to multiple cities, both Maricopa, which is 12 miles to the north, Casa Grande, which is 17 miles to the east, as well as Gila Bend, which is about 15 miles the other way. So they looked for a site that was along a major highway because they knew they wanted to accommodate buses, large vehicles, et cetera. And so this was a site that made sense to them. They did go in and talk with the city of Maricopa, the residents of them, and the city of Maricopa had some guidance for them on this site, which I'll talk about in just a minute. But as we zoom in closer to the site, again, it looks very rural. But when you look at the city of Maricopa's general plan, which I have on the slide there, you can see that there's actually quite a bit of growth heading this way. That black outline, for instance, are PADs that are already approved, some through the county, some through the city of Maricopa. So there's over 30,000 units planned just a mile and a half north of this project. And if we zoom in even a little closer, you can see that this site is actually partially identified as an employment site in the future. It's half MDR, half employment, with the corner of 371 and Highway 84 being that commercial blob there. So yes, today it's very rural in nature, but the long-term plan is that this is actually going to be a very intensive, development corridor. And so this site made sense from the city of Maricopa saying, yes, that would be fitting of our plans if this gets built sometime in the future. So that's why they move forward on the property. Going through the site plan itself, again, our access is going to be primarily off of State Route 84, which is a high volume state highway. The specific access is off the Green Road alignment. Green Road is a dirt road right now. It is county right of way across the property. So we'll be making a dedication to the county and improving that section. We'll also be probably having either some deceleration lanes, turn lanes, et cetera, per the traffic report as part of the next stage of the project. Our parking lot right now is 38 spaces. It is designed to accommodate fire trucks, so it does meet the 3355 turning radius for a school bus as well. Our intent, though, is if you can see the little dashed line where those gates are, would be potentially to have the buses come in there, unload the students in a more corralled area so that they wouldn't go missing in the parking lot, et cetera. So they do think that's going to be an important element of this business. So they are trying to accommodate it. They've actually reached out to the school districts to get their feedback on it. And at our next step, if this goes forward, the specific site plan, we'll look at that specific designs. But the circulation does account for school bus size or fire trucks, et cetera. The ticket office is located there at the arrow. You would walk up by that handicap parking spot, purchase your ticket at that location, and then you would enter that larger area where the parcel 1 note is. That's just an outdoor gathering space. So as people come in with families or large groups, it's a big open area so people can get their tickets, go to the bathroom, do whatever they need to do, and then enter the park. The park itself, you enter a couple different locations, but you basically pass this main building here. And this building has 3 components to it. One is a tram station. There's a tram that goes around the perimeter of the site for those that don't want to walk. There is a restroom facility in the middle. And then there's like an 3-sided open air building where they're going to have some sort of entertainment for kids, whether it's a small dino ride, theme ride, or a sand pit where they dig up bones, et cetera. So that's kind of a sheltered area that's going to be partially enclosed, so it's out of the sun and protected for those uses. The tram route basically goes on the very perimeter of the site with that dashed line there. So it has visibility into some of the exhibits, but not all of them. to really get the full immersion, you need to walk around the site, and there's 2 different pedestrian paths that go around it. And then all of the exhibits themselves are these little circles with the D on it, and then there is one in the middle. And you're probably wondering what exhibits do these look like, right? And I didn't know that either. So they sent me a bunch of pictures of things they're actually making. So they're trying to make a realistic but scaled down version of the dinosaurs from the Mesozoic era, which is the most popular one that we're all probably taught in school. And some of them are going to be moving, have animatronics. Some of them are static. But the intent is that kids can obviously be excited about it, learn some history of that time frame, as well as the dinosaurs themselves. So here's just some examples of products that are built. There's a few of these. There's probably a dozen or so that are around the country today, and there's several throughout the world. So it is something that does exist, and so these are the types of things that go. That's a really scary one. I shouldn't have included that one. So maybe for the bad kids, they go to these. But so in addition, they'll have a little kiosks. All this detail will be worked out, but they'll have a little kiosk for that interaction and the education component of it. So, and that's really the gist of what this program is as far as the operation. From a buffering and a setback standpoint, we do have 20-foot landscape buffers along the north along the highway, Green Road, and to our south. There is an existing road alignment along our south that's a private driveway, so we don't have any existing residential buildings directly to our south now or in the future, but we could potentially along the east. And so we are proposing a wider landscape buffer along there. It'll be 40 feet with trees planted, for screening purposes. And from a building setback standpoint, we basically have 20 foot along the frontage and then 50 foot around the rest of the site. So we're exceeding all the county code requirements for those setbacks, and we are trying to be sensitive to our potential neighbor to the east. We did meet with him. He owns the property, doesn't live there, but one day he said he'd probably build a house out there. So we made sure we showed him the setback, and he seemed satisfied with that. Now, regarding the walls, the original intent was just to have a block wall around the east, south, and west. We kind of threw out masonry, but the property owner, in researching some of the construction of the buildings, et cetera, has a design that they want to come up that integrates metal and wood, so it's more of an artistic wall. So that's why we wanted to get away from the specific, it has to be masonry. We'd like, we understand it needs to be obscure from a screening standpoint, but we'd like the ability to do other materials than just masonry. So metal would be the primary one that we would use instead. But the other component of it, as Valentine indicated, was too far. Okay, was the view fence. Because it's along the state highway, obviously it's visibility into the site. They don't want to lose that marketing window, so they're proposing to put a view fence along there. Since there's a highway and it's about 110 foot right away today, we'll be adding to that. We don't feel that there is a screening need because of the highway being the buffer between us and the properties to the northwest. So that's the reason we're asking for that change. I'm getting closer to Valentine here. Just goes twice at once. Okay. All right. So Valentine covered most of this, so I'll be really quick about it. Operational, it is going to be a daytime thing. It's not meant to be open at night. We did have some neighbors concerned about lighting at the meeting. This obviously satisfied their concerns. There will be some security lighting, of course, but the intent is that it's going to be open from 10 a.m. to dusk, every day. We don't see it being open a lot in the summertime. A, there's no school in session, and B, it's just really hot outside, and this is more of an outdoor venue. But we're kind of leaving that door open, to see what kind of demand there is. But mostly be fall, winter, and spring, and they're projecting about 50 to 60, non-school visitors a day, and then if there's a school bus a day or whatever it may be, that would be in addition to that. And then they'll have typically about 10 employees on site. The 3 buildings I talked about, it's important to note that they're all going to be single story, so we're not introducing any kind of verticality out here that doesn't exist today. We did also look at the potential impacts as part of the special use permit and talked about them with the neighbors. From a noise standpoint, obviously we're not going to be open too early or too late. There will be kids on site, so there will be some localized noise, but that's why we have that solid wall along the perimeter. And then we have the buffers and landscaping to help mitigate that. From a lighting standpoint, which I talked about, we're not going to be open at night. We are fully compliant with the current county code requirements. So if this developed as a single family residential house, it's the same rules that would apply to us as a special use permit. So we're not asking for any special consideration or extra lighting that wouldn't be allowed to someone by right today. And then the last thing we looked at was traffic. Obviously, State Route 84 is a major highway. It has over 1,000 cars per day right now. We're going to be adding very little to that, but we did do an initial traffic impact statement just because we knew that would be a question some of the neighbors would ask. And you can see the finding there at the bottom. They determined that there's no undue traffic impacts, but still, the next step of the process, we'll do the traffic report that will look at, do we need turn-in lanes? Do we need acceleration or deceleration lanes, et cetera? So we are anticipating that there will be some site improvements at our intersection because of that. So we're willing to accept those upon those recommendations. And that concludes my presentation. I think I answered both of your questions, but if there's any others or if I didn't, please let me know.
Great. Thank you, Craig. Any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Mooney?
Yes.
I don't know if you can make it go back, but the parking area, looking at the,
That's no problem.
yeah, so see the school bus looks like it says 50 feet. Is that what that little,
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a fire ladder truck.
okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know how long a school bus is, but where, if you have multiple, you know, a school sends 2 or 3 buses, where are they going to park? I'm looking at just the spaces, and if you're anticipating individuals as well, I know we're not there, but
Sure.
I'm looking at this going, where are they going to actually park?
Commissioner Mooney, it's a very fair comment, and I don't know if the owners thought through how many buses they're going to get, because I think that's a very valid question. The initial intent is that the buses would drop off, do a loop, and then come and park along that south boundary. So the south driveway boundary is about 10 feet wider, so it accommodates that. But could probably only accommodate maybe 3 buses. I don't know if they're going to have more than that. That's a good question, and that may be something that they have to adjust to on the fly too, as they move forward. So, and I apologize that along the top there where it says 50 feet, that's actually the backup distance for refuse. So that's a refuse container, and then that's the 50-foot backup. So that's not meant to be a vehicle.
Okay.
But it looked like it.
When
I
we
looked at it,
reference the
so.
buses or in the fire department, I'm thinking, is it 50 feet
Yeah.
and that's a hard
No,
turn? So,
that's
and
just
where
a
they're going to park?
That's a dumpster location. So it is meant to be along the south side, but it is something we'll certainly look at and adjust as we move forward.
Okay, and my next question is for the county. This came up in another case about walls. What are the fabrics that are currently accepted? I saw that look, Harvey. So I'm just curious because I know it's come up in the past, and obviously they've got to maintain it, but there's specifics that are or are not allowed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think we specify specifically what we require in terms of walls. But with a special use permit, you can dictate to the applicant the material or the kind of wall you want and the height of the wall. But unless Val remembers, I don't recall that there's any kind of design. We don't have any design guidelines prohibiting a certain wall, or, well, there is some like for barbed wire, broken glass, electric fence. Those are kind of frowned upon. But other than that, yeah, we don't have a dictate.
I know there was some discussion previously on metal, so I was just curious if we had ever, because we didn't know that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
But with an SUP, you can, if you want to do a view fence or you want to do a solid wall, those are perfectly permissible.
Okay.
Or a metal.
Okay.
If you wanted to ban, a fabric, that would be fine. I don't think that's our intent. I would agree with the maintenance issue of that.
And so with the mixed use, it's still going to be solid. It would just be metal and wood, but still solid, except on the front, you're looking for just chain link or view.
Yeah, like a
fencing.
wrought iron view fence along the highway. And yeah, that's why we left the obscure note in there. So it'll be 6 foot obscure. You won't be able to see through it. We just wanted the flexibility to not have to do masonry. We could do other materials like metal.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I had. Thanks.
Mr. Shepp.
So this is it open to the general public as well as schools and educational purposes?
Commissioner Schnapp, yes, it will be open to the public.
And what was your total number? Was that in the 50, 60 that it could accommodate?
50, 60 is what the projection is. It could accommodate several hundred, but from a parking standpoint, we wanted to make sure we over parked it by about, double what we think is going to be there. So 50 to 60 is what the projection is. The parking can accommodate more than that.
Okay, because you have what, 38 spaces?
Yeah. So
What if you get really popular and you run out of spaces? Where will the general public park?
that'll be a good problem to have, of course.
Yeah,
but
you never know with the growth.
yeah. I would think that if they couldn't find a parking spot, they probably wouldn't be able to go buy a ticket for it. But, that would be a problem that we'd have to readjust the site. They do have that gathering area that's south of the walkway. That's going to be area for expansion, et cetera, or they'll have to, acquire another property, to the south for additional parking. So
And I'm not saying it would be overcapacity at the beginning, but over time,
it might, yeah, absolutely.
you might find that those parking spaces might be inadequate.
Right.
So that's something you should probably think about.
Yeah.
That's really my questions. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Well, just to piggyback on what he's saying, that was my concern with the school buses, is you just get 3 school buses, but then you have a bunch of people that want to come as well. So where would those buses be? Because otherwise it looks like they would take up, 2 spaces or plus per bus. So that's why I was trying to get at that number.
Yeah, that's a fair comment, and we'll talk with the ownership because they may have a reservation system that they use then to determine if you want to buy a ticket, you buy them in advance, and these are the days you show up. So, as far as people just driving by saying, "Hey, let's stop here and do that," I think the intent would be they'd allow that as long as there's capacity. But if we do run into capacity issues, then I think they'll move to a reservation type of system. And the site, as you can see, it's not very crowded. There's lots of room that we can adjust and move the exhibits around and accommodate quite a bit more than what we're showing here. This is just what they think initially will definitely handle what their pro forma is.
Okay, thank you.
One more question. Drainage collection. Where does the water, where is the collection on the site for that?
So the site, everything kind of drains to the north here. So that's why the parking area has that gap between 84 and that. So that's where the drainage goes. And then it will go further up, crossing, about where the first black dotted line is, moving from right to left. So through the center, that's about where the culvert is that goes across. So we've made a lot of room that's why the exhibits are moved towards the center. So all the drainage will be collected and moved along that State Highway 84, which is how it happens today.
And that's a natural flow is going.
Correct.
Is what you're saying from the property.
Yep. And we have talked to the neighbors about the drainage since they're the ones out there and see it every day and have a good understanding of how that's going to work. But again, that's also why we're not crowding the site with the exhibits. So we have lots of room for detention basins that'll take that water and move it slowly to the north.
And kind of into the landscape buffer.
Correct. Yeah, that's the intent.
Okay. Thanks.
You bet.
Any other questions? I've got a couple. I have a disclosure I should make. I was lobbied by my daughter that my grandson would really like this place. So
all right.
I just figured I would throw that out there. I believe I can still be impartial on this though. I share some of the same concerns, parking, and I know it's still kind of fluid and working through the design. Something that hasn't been addressed is 2 access points, for this. I think, fire is going to come back with some of that. Is it access off of 84? Maybe ideal, maybe not, may not be ideal. So I think the parking lot is going to change quite a bit as this moves through the appropriate channels. I too kind of shared, I thought we had something in relates to our wall code, designating different materials that were approved or specifically not named, but
attorney showed me while we were few minutes ago, he showed me the code. It does talk about glass, stone, metal, masonry. Those are all approved materials. I believe what's not approved, if my recollection, it's the broken glass, the barbed wire, the, kind of electric fence, that kind of thing is not permissible. But if you recall, when we talked, I think it was in relation to the dog kennel, we had a combination of metal and fiberglass, I think. So those were materials that weren't prohibited.
Yeah.
So in terms of metal is fine.
Okay. Trying to make sure. The other one that I thought about is, I appreciate, you said the buildings are all going to be single story, low profile, low impact. What about some of the exhibits? When we watch the movie, the dinosaurs get pretty big.
Fair question, Chairman. And yeah, I think the largest exhibit they have is, 10 feet tall. So
Okay.
that's like the Brontosaurus or whatever. So yeah, all these are scaled.
I had one hanging up over the highway. I mean, great marketing. Huh?
Yeah, that would be. The intent is that these would all be, interactive with kids. So everything's going to be low to the ground, and there'll be, some that are obviously taller than others, but the intent is not to have a 2-story dinosaur here. So.
Cool.
And I believe everything would be subject to the height regulation of the district, which we're not proposing to change.
Okay. I think that my only concern coming back to the fence thing is, a traditional, wrought iron, picket type fence, as from a brand identity standpoint, having something maybe a little stronger, that spoke to it a little bit more, spoke to the decorative, aspect of this. I don't have an issue with a metal fence, but I would like to see something that really kind of plays with the theme.
Yeah.
Especially along the highway there.
And that was their thought too. And that's why when they saw that it was a masonry, they kind of felt like they were, hands were tied as far as creativity. And so the intent is to do something that will draw people's attention and kind of give it a character of what's inside. So it makes you want to stop or come back on your next, way through.
I just want to make sure that it's also not, small enough and easy enough for someone during off hours, evening hours, whatever, to be able to hop the fence and get in here and cause other issues.
Yeah,
So
security is absolutely, paramount, to all commercial uses. So yeah, that's a fair comment.
very good. Any other questions for the applicant? See any? Thank you.
Thank you.
I will open this up for the public. I don't have any speaker cards on this, but anybody in the public wish to speak on it? Seeing none, I'll close the public portion and I'll bring it. The applicant would like to address anything additional or staff? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to us for a discussion and or a motion.
Mr. Vice Chair,
Commissioner Pranzo.
I'll move that the Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of conditional approval of case SUP 004-25 to the Board of Supervisors, subject to the following 9 stipulations.
I'll second, but we need to address the.
Before you second, there was a requested modification to stipulation number 3. Do you want to exclude that?
Sorry, can you open previous presentation?
Well, as 3 modified. Will that satisfy it? Huh?
You have to read the record.
Oh, I do I? Okay. For the record, stipulation number 3, the property owner shall install and maintain a minimum 6-foot high.
Could you turn your mic on, please?
Oh, microphone.
It might be in your.
Damn it.
Number
That was on the
3.
record.
For the 3rd time. The property owner shall install and maintain a minimum 6-foot high obscure screening wall along the east, south, and west perimeters, and a 6-foot tall metal view fence along the north boundary adjacent to West Highway 84 and
I'll second that.
A second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Hey, all right, we got one. We're Frank. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Wow.
Very good. All right, call PZ-014-25. Justin, welcome back.
Thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon. Is this on?
Yes, I think.
Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman, members of the Commission. I will be presenting to you PZ 01425, the Tate Rezone, and my name is Justin Mullis, Pinal County Planner. Let's see. Hello?
Okay.
Thank you very much. This proposal is to request a rezone from general rule to I2, light industrial and warehouse zoning district. There are no plans at present to develop this property. This request is just for the rezone. The property itself is 24.23 acres, and the location is southeast of South Treckle Road and west of Cornman Road. The owner / applicant are Tim and Shirley Tate. The owner is Rick Miller. And they are present today. Let's see. All righty, here's the location map showing the location of the site in question. You can see it's right along major highways and in addition in relative proximity to Casa Grande. Here's a case zoning map showing some of the surrounding zoning. The parcel itself, the subject parcels, the two of them are currently GR, general rule, as well as surrounded by general rule as well as the properties immediately below it and to the west. I should mention, while we're on this slide, the parcels zoned CB2, MH, and GR that are directly adjacent to the southern portion of the parcel. Those have all been recently rezoned to I2 as well. Here's an aerial map showing the subject parcels. You can see that they're undeveloped at this time, currently vacant, as well as surrounded by largely vacant and parcels as well. Some photos to the north, to the south, to the east, and to the west. Some items of consideration. At present, there are no plans to develop this property. The applicant has stated that the site will remain maintained, but it will be vacant for the foreseeable future. The subject site is designated by the Pinal County Comprehensive Plan as being under the employment category. The parcels directly to the south, as mentioned before, were rezoned from general rule, manufactured home, and general business all to I2, as this parcel is being requested to be rezoned to as well. And at this time, we have received no letters of opposition and 3 letters of support. With that, staff recommends forwarding a recommendation of approval to the Board of Supervisors, or Board of Adjustments, my apologies, with the following 6 stipulations. These stipulations are included in the packet. The first 4 largely maintaining to ensuring proper access through right-of-ways, and the last 2 are just ensuring adherence for any future developments to the I2 zoning specifications, as well as requiring it to go through any site plan review process, as is already required for any commercial developments. Any questions at this time?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for staff?
Clarification, so the southern portion that butts up to this property, looks like there's some residential homes that has been rezoned to industrial. There's it has like an aerial view. Yeah.
I believe those are in the CI1.
back.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I believe those are in the CI1 zoning as of present. That is not one of the parcels that has been rezoned to CI2. That is currently CI1. It's in this slide, that pink MH, that purple CB2, and then the GR directly sort of in that alcove of the subject parcels that has been rezoned to I2.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Thank you. I will bring the applicant up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Rick Miller. I'm representing the owner of the property, Tim and Shirley Tate, who are here. The Tates have owned this property for a number of years. They also currently own and operate a business that they've had in Casa Grande in the area for 35 years. It's a TP sand and gravel operation. If you've been on South Treckle Road, just north of Interstate 8, they've owned and operated that gravel operation for a number of years. They approached me and asked me to come in and rezone the property. We're asking just for a land use question. Don't have a site plan, don't have an intended user at this point. The county comprehensive plan is consistent with the request that they're making right now. So we're asking that you approve the rezoning to I2, which would allow for some future development of this property, allowing for light manufacturing, warehousing, consistent with the rezoning that you just recently did. There is one home on that one slide adjacent to this property. In fact, the Tates built a wall around this house. We had a neighborhood meeting. That owner was there. We do have a letter of support from that neighbor, as well as a couple of other letters of support for this rezoning request. So we're just asking for your approval of this so that we can go on. Someday we'll be back, don't know when, with the more pretty pictures about how the site would develop. But honestly, to have this applicant provide drainage and traffic studies and all those other things, it would be a waste of their time and money because we really don't know who it's going to be. Those questions will come up and those answers will be provided. We have more detail later on. I just don't know when that will be. Be happy to answer any questions you have. I'd like to thank this young planner here. He's been very helpful, as well as your staff. They've been very helpful through this process. So I'd like to thank him. You're going to do great. You're going to be a good city planner.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
We always hear the bad. We never hear the good. So thank you. Awesome. Any
Just
questions?
one.
Mr. Mooney.
I see you struggling with that. Can we get back to that overhead with
Can you go back?
the one that shows the different zonings that were changed, please? That one. There we go. What is above? What is above in the white, above Skyway Avenue and Corman Road? What is?
That's all vacant property. Corman Road, there's some large overhead power lines in there, 230 kV power lines that run east and west through this, just north of this property. There's a large drainage ditch. There's but it's all farmland for the most part.
there's,
to the north.
except for that, they're surrounded by I-2.
Yeah, the only other thing in this area, besides the home that I mentioned that we're in support of this, which is the little white area to the south and west side of the property in question. The light blue, I believe that's well, there's a cemetery immediately to the east in the purple. And then there's a Valley Humane Society has a dog kennel there. But everything else was rezoned. Took a picture of your sign that was posted just south of this property. Spurred some interest. You just rezoned 43.77 acres to similar zoning adjacent, and just asking for the same consideration on this
We're
property.
just trying to make everything all the same zones, so if somebody were to
Yes,
come in.
and consistent with the county plan. We're not asking for any deviations to the county land use plan. So we're providing zoning that's within the vision of the county on that property. And you saw all these other cases, lots of industrial and other activities. The city of Casa Grande has this whole corridor, as someone mentioned earlier, commerce and business. They anticipate a lot of business activities here in the future. They're just preparing themselves for that.
Okay, I just wanted some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mike, this side? Nothing? My question was pretty minor on this one. Is there the other I-2 zoning that's been rezoned around it? Are there any uses established for any of that yet, or is that just a blanket zoning right now?
I have in my notes, it has been zoned to I-2 for the use of an industrial complex. The specific use for that industrial complex has not yet been specified to my knowledge.
I'm always reluctant to approve rezoning cases that don't have a use or a plan. It can cause challenges down the road. This case I don't have as much of an issue with, simply because there's already similar uses directly around it. It's when we get into the spot zoning and things like that that gives me a lot more heartache. But the other point that I was wondering, and I don't know if can we go to the actual aerial? I think it's the next slide. The other way. There we go. So Trickle Road is going to be the primary access.
Treckle Road, there's over 500 feet of frontage on Treckle Road, about 550 foot of frontage. And then you have another driveway. It's actually on City of Casa Grande property. It's called Skyway that runs along the north boundary of this property as well. That's the access to the cemetery. The takes can work on an access to Skyway, which is there. It's maintained by the City of Casa Grande. They just recently paved it. And then, of course, access out on the Treckle as well.
Okay. So should this proceed forward with an industrial zoning, we're going to presume trucks, larger trucks, semis are going to be coming and going.
Maybe it depends. I mean, it could be a store, it could be an RV storage in this particular classification.
It could be, yeah.
So that you just don't know yet, and that's really why it's hard to, as I worked with a staff on this case, I asked for waivers on traffic studies. I don't know what that's going to be yet. They will come in the future when we know the user. Drainage runs typically from southeast to northwest across this site. Those studies will all be done when we know what the impervious surfaces are going to be like, how much building area, how much parking area is going to be needed to support the end user on this property. We just don't know those answers right now. It's really just a question of land use. I understand your concern about, it's really a speculation because you're not asking to change the county plan for any reason. This is consistent with the county plan, requesting this zone change for this particular, for the uses that are allowed in that zoning district.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I will take this to the public. I don't have any speaker cards on this case, but does anybody in the public wish to speak regarding this? Nobody's jumping up, so I'm going to assume no. So I'll close the public portion of this hearing and bring it back to the applicant or staff. Would like to address anything additional?
No additional comments at this time.
Very good. Bring it back to the dais for discussion and or a motion. Commissioner Mooney.
That's why I was asking for the other overview to know what was around it, because as you mentioned, I'm not into just like making this one little parcel an item and wondering what was across the way from it. So it's just making it seem to be all uniform. So, but I had that same concern, but didn't word it the same way.
Any other comments? If not, we can do a motion. Commissioner,
I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
I'd like to move the Planning and Zoning Commission forward a recommendation of conditional approval of case PZ-014-25 to the Board of Supervisors with the following 6 stipulations as presented in the staff report.
Do I have a second?
Second.
You got a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
With that, we will come back to call of the commission. I know Commissioner Mooney had mentioned that she had. Floor is yours.
Okay. So I just, with not the whole commission here, but I just need to apologize to staff. It was, Dedrick made it very clear, did some research to find out about the mileage and the lunch. The checks don't specify the difference between mileage and lunch, so my check the entire time I've been a member of the commission has been the exact amount. So when it was not the exact amount, I started getting upset. So I've been paid lunch the entire time I've been on. So I do want to sincerely apologize. I know there was like 4 months that the checks went all over the place. There's still a few that were cents were not exactly right. But is overall with the difference in the mileage and the lunch. So I just need to apologize to staff. I really, and then with the commission, I'm sorry. I've been going on that topic for a bit, but it was frustrating and had never been explained. My supervisor wasn't aware of a lunch stipend, so I just wanted to apologize for that.
Awesome. Anybody else have any comments?
Yeah, I got one.
Mr. Pronto?
I received an email. Apparently the State Attorney General's office, they have a branch that provides seminars on open meeting law and on the conduct of a commissioner. And the email states that there's one going to be held on the 12th of August.
Yeah.
I don't know if the rest of you received that or not. I have attended those seminars in the past. They are incredibly informative. And I know that they say an hour, but it always goes longer. And it is worth the investment of time. There's things in the statute that I was not aware of. That it's really quite eye-opening. So anyway, I thought I'd throw that out there. I'm going to go. I always get something out of it. It's a worthwhile endeavor.
Well said. I agree with that too. Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Mr. Money.
So I just want to go on record. IT needs to get to the bottom of this yesterday. This, Chairman Meninga brought this up a few months back. We've had issues off and on. Frank, thank goodness he has my phone number and could text back and forth, but I just want to be on record. They need to figure this out. We need this meeting ready to start at 9 o'clock, not turning it on and finding out that the phone isn't working, the link isn't. And if we need to do away, or the county needs to do away with the call-in part of it, something. I mean, I know we've had applicants have to be on the phone in the past, but this is just embarrassing for us, embarrassing for staff. We've got a room full of people waiting. It's just very frustrating. So I'm not pointing the fingers at any one person, but IT needs to get to the bottom of it.
We're in agreement.
Well, with that, I will, the only last thing I think, Harvey has some things to deliver tonight, or?
We have your laptop. Did you get your laptop? Did we distribute those?
Yeah.
Okay.
So those that are here.
Those are
will
here.
Pick up your laptop.
We have laptops for each member. We asked that you turn your iPads in. I believe Corey or IT or both have loaded some programs that you'll be able to access immediately, do agendas, or I don't know if it's Adobe. I'm not sure that was loaded, but there's some things that are loaded already. We can load other things if you find that it's easier for you. So hopefully, as I indicate, I think as we've indicated, downloading of the huge packets will still be challenging, even with the laptops. But I think they're newer laptops. They're not the same laptops you had the last time. So I think you'll find them better, and you'll be more familiar with this equipment rather than the iPad. So hopefully it'll help.
I say as long as it doesn't have a fruit on it, it should be okay.
Just one thing, with the agendas, I know we've discussed this, and Sangeeta, I believe you saw them before, with the hyperlinks, so we can jump case to case if something gets moved or whatever. The agenda had that before, so you could just click on the PZPD, whatever, and it would take you right to the case. So those were very helpful. They could not put them on the iPad, but we used to have them on the computer previously. So
Then we should be able to put them on, these.
on your agenda that you send over. So thank you.
Very good. The only last little thing, started at the beginning of the meeting, we have the rules. If everyone could just kind of review those, any concerns, questions, whatever, get back to Harvey. We'd like to get this on the agenda and get these incorporated into our daily procedures. So
If you find there's other things you want to discuss or you want me to incorporate into the draft, let me know. This is a result of we had a retreat in May, if you recall. Some of you attended, and that these changes, we didn't vote on them, of course not, because it would be a violation of the open meetings law, but we did get consensus on those changes that are noted in there. But there may have been some that I missed, as well as I put some in just language clarifications. Some things just didn't make sense. So
Is this something that we will vote on next time when we are discussing it?
if you'd like to, it'll be for possible action. If you want to have it for possible action, I can put it on for
Are we
action.
going to want to discuss it first as a board?
I think if
as
we
a
put an
committee?
agenda item on it, we would discuss it and then vote on it.
Yeah.
You'd have the option to vote on, or if you have other changes you want to direct staff, or you want to direct me to change, and I can go back and change it and then come back with it.
Yeah.
There's no sense of urgency in getting it approved. It's been like this for many years.
And I had 3 because I thought it was for today. So I did have 3. So I'm happy to send those over to you.
Yeah, that would be great.
So since it isn't being voted on, those that aren't here, you may want to send that out again and say
Sure.
when it will be on and send your concerns back. And then you could have this and whatever changes people are suggesting. So then they will have reviewed it with the packet and maybe make a decision.
Okay. That'd be
Harvey,
fine.
there's one suggestion or comment, and I'll be glad to, it's on for a change. Let me just set the table. When I first came to this commission and you gave me the 2015 or 2015 package, whatever it's dated, I didn't feel like it had any weight. And one of the things I noticed is it doesn't reference any of the Arizona revised statutes that govern it. And it really should. It's what gives the document weight. So I'll do what I can to edit in Arizona revised statutes that apply to open meeting law. And I'd appreciate it. I'm sure your staff is more professional than I am. I would appreciate their help as well. Then the reader gets the full impact of what we're trying to do here.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Very good. Well, if nobody has anything else, so accept a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Very good. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry? Turn off.